Hi. Oh, do you see Winnie? Yeah. Winnie, people are saying hi to you. She's being a snoop. She was trying to pet Bakugo. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. I'm in so much pain. So if I'm a bitch, I really don't mean to be. I can't feel my bones. I can't feel my legs. I am in so much pain. So I'm very sorry to anyone if I am a massive bitch. Okay? Okay. Ugh. I woke up at like 3:30 in the morning, which is when I normally get up. But from pain, I got my period like 5 days early, but I'm not bleeding. I'm just cramping a lot. So that's fun. I also ate a massive steak last night. But what are you doing? Oh, she's playing with the sticky note. Shut up, we're watching my cat play with a sticky note. Get it. Get it, Winnie. What did it do to you? Get it. I mean, cramps are normally radicalized by basically like the pain you would feel during like being dilated for giving birth, and like cramps are normally like a one, like an average cramp, and I am anywhere from like a one to a three because I'm just in fucking pain, like that type of pain when you're like sweating. Winnie, get the sticky note. Get it. Um, there's there's painkillers that are made for like periods and cramps and stuff, and I can't take them because it makes me loopy. So I just take ibuprofen. Of course, thank you for sharing the cat. She's great. She's never played with a sticky note. I don't know what this is about. Is I use sticky notes to hold places and books and stuff. I my cramps are normally they sit in my back all the way through my liver and through my hips. And then pains like this, like it's in my thighs. Winnie, get that sticky note. Get it. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Oh, it got on the floor. Do you want me to get the sticky note? Hmm. You should be ashamed, you ugly piece of shit. Literally. Also, you're a kid. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's like 5, it's almost 6 in the morning, so I'm running several hours late. Look, I woke up and I was in that type of pain where you're like, I want my mom. But it was like 3 something in the morning. She's not awake. And I couldn't move for an hour. And then Winnie found out I was awake and wouldn't leave me alone. Leave my glasses alone. I'm blind as a bat. We're not doing makeup today. We're just working on a wig. I need fucking deodorant. Winnie's playing with a bag now. I want I want to lay in a bath of just like boiling hot water. I don't take baths. I don't fit in our bathtub, and I'm just like I want a boiling hot bath. Oh, I'm also standing on my fucking. Oh my god! You know what happened? No, you can't have my snap. You're a fucking loser. You know what happened? I apparently fell asleep with my like a million-year-old hair dryer plugged in. Not on, just plugged in. It's not great. But you know, it's fine because my sister leaves her brand new stuff plugged in the bathroom where water is all the time. And then I walk in there halfway through the day and it's plugged in. She's at school and I have to unplug it and wrap it back up and put it on her sink. Look at baby. Hi, baby girl. I'm like bruising the fuck out of my hand. Look at that baby. Yeah. Hi. This is a broken clip. I'm sorry if I'm not like upbeat or anything. I'm currently in so much pain. Oh yeah, look what I found in like this laundry basket that holds a bunch of my shit. I have a bunch of these little like educational books. You do realize that women's periods cramps normally experience like the first like hour of dilating to give birth, right? You do realize this is like a general thing women experience, right? Also, I'm allowed to be in pain, and a lot of I'm gonna say some personal shit. I can't take drugs to fuck with it because I will get addicted because I have a disorder. So they can take like high level painkillers and drugs and shit for the pain and be fine. I do that. I want it tomorrow. I want it every day, forever. And then I do take it every day. And then I destroy my stomach again. So, yeah, leave me alone. Anyway, I found this in a little box I have in my room. Because I have like this and the Declaration of Independence and a bunch of gardening books and stuff. And just like it's from 2 years ago. But now I'm like thinking like a lot of places, a lot of schools would probably not even like have this. Or because I got this from my fucking education. I'm pretty sure I got this during Black History Month 2 years ago. I don't know. I like it. It's cute. It's a good thing to like have to remember things. I'm shedding so much hair and sweating so badly. I am. I did. I'm also in pain. Give me a second. My cat's sleeping on the floor and I gotta get up to get coffee. Ooh, okay. Mm. Ow. Ah. Okay. Okay. I'm having like a cramp attack all from like here to like down. I have tattoos. I've done my own. I like them. Exactly, and you're a piece of human living shit. And I generally hope that you get whatever payback you deserve. I fucked up my hip, or I'm having a cramp attack. I don't know. Exactly. Like, go fucking meditate or do yoga or whatever. Ow, my fucking hip. It's okay, boo boo. Hi. How's that harsh? Oh, my coffee is smoking. Jesus. Okay, motherfucker. Both of you are assholes to me all the time. The fucking flash fucking kid. He's new, but you motherfucker, you've been here. You've been here before. You don't like me, but you come back to be a dick and watch my cat. Hey, boo boo. You're so cute. Ha 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 ha. That's like the best joke I've ever heard. It was cute. Mm. My nails. I need to spray my comb so I can set this and I can't. I need a fucking hard bristle comb. I should turn up my history stuff.
Elizabeth was born on September 7th, 1533, at Greenwich Palace. Her father had moved heaven and earth for her to be born. He was desperate for a legitimate son to secure the Tudor dynasty, and when his first wife,
I
Catherine
know, I
Aragon,
know, I
entered
hear you.
menopause, having only given him one living child, a daughter Mary, he spent 7 years brawling with her and the Pope in an effort to secure an annulment and take a new wife. In the end, he split England from the Catholic Church and made himself the head of the new Protestant Church of England
Yes.
in order to marry his new paramour, Anne Boleyn.
Remember, I
9
did a
months
whole
after
cosplay
Henry had
thing.
wed, she gave birth. But both parents were deeply disappointed when the child they had done so much to secure turned out to be a girl. The royal couple took the birth in stride and carried on with the planned feasts and jousts to celebrate the birth. S's were added to the word prince in the official birth announcements, which had already been written. As was customary for royal children of the time, Elizabeth was set up in her own household and raised away from her parents. But her mother Anne loved her dearly, and this Unfortunately, Anne's relationship with her sovereign husband began to sour. Anne suffered a miscarriage, and Henry turned his attention to other ladies. Anne's enemies at court poisoned the king against his wife, and she was arrested and charged with adultery.
Yes.
When Elizabeth was
Oh, baby, it's okay. Oh my goodness. I put my hairdryer on the lowest setting. It still scared the cat, and I forgot she was behind me.
Elizabeth was raised in her brother's household and along with him. When the princess was 4, Cat Ashley was appointed as her governess, and the women remained close friends from then on. Elizabeth was exceedingly intelligent and diligent in her studies. Cat taught her
Whenever
French,
that breaks,
Flemish,
which at
Italian,
this point will
and
be never.
Spanish.
Literally, this hairdryer is like 20 years old. I have no clue how it has not broken. It has to be older than 20. I have no clue. It's a good brand. Has like 2 settings, maybe 3. No, I think maybe third one broke. There's a little bit of rusting, but it really is fine.
Like Queen Elizabeth, you also enjoy exercising and expanding your mind. Then
the
a
hell?
great way to feed your brain is by checking out the Great Courses Plus. This
Honestly, like,
subscription-on-demand
not
video learning
much
service offers a huge
at all.
variety
Because the
of
back's
lectures
really,
and courses led by
really
professors
sparse.
from awesome
See, it's okay. No,
you can find
Winnie,
over 11,000
look,
video lectures
look.
about any
It's hitting mommy in the face. Mommy's fine. You see? Oh, this feels good actually. I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, mommy. Mommy's fine. You see? She's okay. She's okay. You see?
Right now, the Great Courses Plus is
I don't
offering
think I
a
can
free
work on
trial
this
for my
until she
viewers.
goes.
You can indulge your love of learning and support my channel by going to
Mommy's playing it down. We're not using it for a while now. Oh, this is bad.
Catherine encouraged the ailing king to reconcile with his 2 daughters, Mary and Elizabeth. Henry was impressed with his second daughter's intelligence and precociousness, and she reveled in his renewed praise and attention. When King Henry died in 1547, and Elizabeth's younger brother Edward became King of England at the age of 9, the 14-year-old Elizabeth went to live with Catherine Parr. Catherine soon remarried to Thomas Seymour, who also happened to be King Edward's maternal uncle. Thomas was nearing 40 and had charm and sex appeal to spare. Catherine was desperately in love with him and was blind to the inappropriate behavior he displayed towards young Elizabeth. He frequently entered her bedroom in his nightgown, tickled her, and slapped her on the bottom. At first, Catherine joined in, laughing it off as playful games. She once even held Elizabeth while Thomas cut her gown to shreds with a sword. But when Catherine caught Thomas and Elizabeth in an embrace, she realized things had gone too far. Rather than protecting her stepdaughter from her husband, she sent Elizabeth away. Within a few months, Catherine died of childbed fever, and Thomas renewed his pursuit of the princess, this time with the intention of marrying her. He had also been scheming to take the position of regent from his brother, Edward Seymour, and even attempted to
Winnie,
abduct
do you want to
King
go?
Edward, killing one of his dogs in the scheme.
Give me a sec.
Thomas was arrested, and
You
Elizabeth
wanna leave?
interrogated as to her involvement in the plot, but she was found innocent. Thomas, on the other hand, was beheaded. Historians believe that this childhood abuse may have turned Elizabeth off of marriage as an adult.
Okay, my cat got scared from the hairdryer, so I have to go make sure she's okay and try to get her out because she is in a corner. And I'm gonna get her water and food and try to get her to get out because the poor baby got scared of the hairdryer. I'm doing okay.
the Succession to the Crown Act, which put his son Edward first in line to the throne, followed by his two daughters in order of age, Mary first, then Elizabeth, though he never imagined that the two daughters would be needed. But when King Edward's ill health caught up with him, and it was clear that he would not live past the age of 15, he and his advisers began to fear for the future of crown and country. It was clear that if Mary became queen, she would turn the nation back to Catholicism and oust all of the Protestant courtiers. They had no legal grounds to skip Mary in favor of Elizabeth, as both had been deemed illegitimate. So they threw out the Succession Act and instead made Edward's cousin, Lady Jane Grey, the heir. When Edward died in 1553, most likely of tuberculosis, Jane was declared queen by the Privy Council. But the scheme to swap out Jane for Mary was doomed from the start. Mary was popular with the people, and they felt they'd been duped. Mary easily raised an army and marched to London with
I do
Elizabeth
remember
by her side,
you.
ending Jane's
I'm sorry,
reign
my
after
cat
only
got scared from the
9
hair dryer. I'm
days.
dealing with the situation.
Mary, now queen, recognized
No,
that
her
Jane
sister
had been
doesn't
on
want to
a
leave
bit
the
of a
room.
con and did not wish to execute her cousin. But when a rebellion in Jane's favor
So she I know
frightened
you're
Mary's
undefeated.
betrothed from coming to England, Mary signed the death warrant, and the 16-year-old 9 days queen lost her head. Mary had fought her
Hi.
whole life for her position after her mother, Catherine of Aragon, had been cast out as queen. When she came to the throne at 37, she made quick work of undoing her father and brother's efforts to court against her when she decided to marry a foreign prince, her cousin Philip,
I guess she didn't
of
leave.
Spain. Elizabeth knew she was in a dangerous
Oh,
position.
that's so
As the
sweet.
Protestant heir to the
I'm
throne,
still trying to
she
figure
was
out
an
this whole
obvious
cat thing.
rallying
Give me a
point
sec.
for anyone who wanted to rebel against Queen Mary. Elizabeth tried to display solidarity and Catholic conversion to her sister, though she made excuses and faked illnesses to get out of attending Mass, infuriating Mary. A year into Mary's reign, Elizabeth received a letter from Thomas Wyatt, who informed her that he was raising an army in rebellion against the Queen. Elizabeth wisely did not reply in writing, but told the messenger, rather ambiguously, that she would do whatever God called her to do. Wyatt's rebellion was quickly suppressed by Mary's army, and Princess Elizabeth was brought to court and interrogated about her involvement. She vehemently protested her innocence, but was imprisoned in the Tower of London while she awaited her sister's decision. The 18-year-old was terrified that she might meet the same end on the scaffold as her mother had. Some of Mary's counselors advised her that she would never be saved while her sister lived. Others argued that there was
No,
evidence against
listen, my cat got scared from the hair dryer, and then her sister was being weird, and now her sister might still be in here.
but had her placed under house
She
arrest.
thinks she wants to
All
be in
along
here.
the carriage ride to her new prison, crowds
Thank you.
cheered
She
and
thinks she
waved
wants to be in
support,
here, but the second I
though
turn the
she
hair dryer
likely
back on,
wished
she's going to be like,
a lower profile. She was held prisoner in the gatehouse of Woodstock Manor for a year. The building was dilapidated, drafty, and dirty, and she feared as much of dying from illness as from her sister's displeasure. When Mary entered the final stages of her first pregnancy, she called her sister to court to witness the birth. Mary was confident that her Catholic child would push her sister back in the line of succession and secure her own reign. But as the 10th and 11th months ticked by with no signs of labor, the Queen's swollen belly began to recede. She probably suffered a combination of a tumor and a psychosomatic episode. Following the humiliation of her false pregnancy, most believed that the now middle-aged Mary would never bear a child. Her husband Philip abandoned her and returned to the continent. Elizabeth's succession seemed all but inevitable, and Mary was heartbroken. In fury and desperation, the Queen accelerated her plans to rid England of Protestants. She became known as Bloody Mary by burning some 280 martyrs at the stake. She soon fell gravely ill, and Philip, who had now ascended to the Spanish throne as
Hi.
Henry
I'm working on a wig.
Elizabeth to negotiate a new marriage with her. Elizabeth was living in improved condition at a
I like your
halfway house
name.
and was making
I
plans
also like
for her
cats
own
quite a
government
lot.
and a return to peace and religious tolerance. She put Philip's ambassadors off, making no promises. Nearing her end, Mary had no choice but to declare Elizabeth her successor. She died on November 17, 1558, at the age of 42, most likely of uterine cancer. When messengers rode to inform Elizabeth, they found her walking in the park beneath an ancient oak. As they bowed before their new queen, the 25-year-old proclaimed, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." A train of 1,000 lords and ladies soon assembled to accompany the new sovereign on her journey to London, and crowds cheered her all along her triumphant ride.
Yeah.
On January 15, 1559, the date chosen by her astrologer,
We're trying to spike the hair. We're on day 2 of it, and I'm so tired.
At the beginning of her reign, Elizabeth set out to heal the rift between Protestants and Catholics that had been torn open by her father and siblings. She passed laws which made Protestantism the official religion of the country, but made punishment for nonconformity light. She required all the bishops to swear loyalty to her as the head
It's
of
a
the church,
cheap ass
and
phone
all
from
but one
Amazon.
of Mary's Catholic appointees refused. But rather than execute them as her sister would have
Hi,
done,
baby.
she simply replaced them with her own supporters, depriving Catholicism of the publicity of martyrs. She also resisted more radical Puritan Protestants and struck down the heresy laws that Queen Mary had used to persecute so many. When appointing counselors and members of her household, Elizabeth made her choices based on merit over religion. Most of her advisors were Protestant, but a few wise and loyal Catholics remained. Her most important advisor, who would be by her side for the next 40 years, was William Cecil. Elizabeth had inherited an ailing England, bankrupt, militarily weak, and surrounded by enemies, particularly the fighting Catholic powers of France and Spain. The most expedient way to bolster the nation was with a marriage alliance, and many suitors were eager for her hand. Her widowed brother-in-law, King Philip of Spain, King Charles IX of France, who was only 16, Archduke Charles of Austria, and the sole Protestant on the list, Eric XIV of Sweden. But matrimony had major drawbacks. If Elizabeth married as her sister had, she might very well be handing over her power to her husband, and choosing the wrong foreign spouse could outrage her people and turn them against her. Finally, she addressed Parliament on the issue, and in an impassioned speech,
Hi, baby.
she
What's
declared
up?
that she was married to England, and that she intended to remain
How
a
are we? I
virgin
hope we're
until her
well.
dying day.
I'm so tired. And also, it's kind of hot now because I put the hairdryer on my neck to show Winnie that it doesn't hurt mommy, and she still didn't get it, and I still had to turn it off. It wasn't loud. In fact, it's not very loud ever anymore because it's old.
If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, comment your thoughts, and check out my other royal history videos. If you really want to help, please consider supporting me on Patreon. A link is in the description. Thank you for watching.
fun. They already started filming? I got a trailer for something. I was like, oh, that's fun. I didn't know they started filming.
Queens and Consorts of England. Part 6. Stuarts. The lives of many kings and a handful of queens recent who have held dominion over the Kingdom of England and later the United Kingdom take center stage in history. But the lives of their spouses and mothers are often relegated to the wings. In this series, we will learn the stories of the many queens consort and the handful of male consorts who have been at the monarch's sides. Through love, hate, adultery, and sometimes murder, these women and men have played vital roles in the history of England. In
Crap, I
1603,
broke.
Queen Elizabeth I died
Hi.
without an heir after ruling England for 45 golden years. With the Tudor dynasty at an end, the crown passed to the great-grandson of Henry VIII's sister, Elizabeth's cousin, King James VI of Scotland. Under him, the two kingdoms were united, and he was proclaimed King James I and VI of England and Scotland. His long-suffering queen was Anne of Denmark, the daughter of King Frederick II of Denmark. Her family was close-knit, and her mother Sophie especially devoted. At 14, she was betrothed to the 23-year-old Scottish king. The
God damn
teenage
it.
princess became infatuated with the idea of a fiancé and embroidered
Not consistently.
300 tailors worked on her fabulous wedding dress. Per the
I would
custom
have to
of the
like be
time,
dating
she
someone
married
who's
a
already
proxy before
platformed on
Denmark.
Twitch,
A Scottish nobleman
like a
stood
partnership,
between James and the servants,
because
and the pair
Twitch makes me
ceremonially
so
placed
mad.
their bed together, where they touched bare feet, symbolizing the consummation of marriage. Anne set sail for
Like I'll
Scotland
occasionally
on a
stream
ship
on it,
with
but I also
a
stream
storm and
primarily from my phones.
in a romantic
And then
gesture,
spontaneously they were kind of like,
sailed
well, you can't do that
crossroads
anymore.
and met his new bride. When they finally met in person, James kissed her.
And I was like,
and
last year, I was like,
astonished
this is
fashion.
weird.
The couple
It just
were
won't
married
let me
in
stream
Oslo in a
from my
civil
phone.
ceremony, and then
Like
traveled to
Minecraft
Denmark
specifically, I was like,
for
this is really weird.
when they finally made it back to Scotland, Anne entered Edinburgh in a solid silver coach brought over from Denmark. Anne had the first Protestant coronation in Scotland, long a Catholic country, which had been converted under James VI. James and Anne were initially quite enamored with each other, but their relationship soon devolved into melodrama. James was openly
I feel like this needs more
bisexual and had
volume.
affairs with several of the lovers. And it was
Do that.
rumors that the queen took lovers of her own.
Just this piece.
After 5 years of marriage, Anne gave birth to her
This
first
is
child,
crunchy as fuck.
but she was outraged to learn that in Scotland, tradition mandated that royal children be raised away from their parents. She begged her husband for permission to see her son,
Yeah.
but James, determined to have his own way in all things, forbade his wife access to the child and reduced her to tears in front of the court. Anne was so upset that she miscarried her second child. Though she had 7 more children with him, she never forgave her husband his cruelty. Queen Anne was allowed to keep her younger children with her. When James was offered the English throne, he The Queen and Prince's ride south was met with great enthusiasm and celebration. But once in England, the royal couple continued to fight about everything. Her household staff,
No.
Anne's 9th pregnancy was a difficult one. The baby, Sophia, died because Anne nearly followed her.
I have no clue where the cat is.
Refused to have any more children, and she and the king began to live apart. Anne favored London, while James preferred the country. The queen built her own court wife.
Okay, yeah, that's
Catholics
just not
that
going
had
very
narrowly
great.
escaped the Catholic assassination attempt in the Gunpowder Plot. Anne encouraged her children to marry Catholic spouses. She was especially close to her son Charles, now heirs of the throne. His bedroom adjoined hers at Hampton Palace, and he was with her when she died of dropsy at the age of 4. Charles took his mother's advice and married a Catholic, Henrietta Maria of France, the youngest daughter of King Constantine IV of France and Marie de Medici. She was named after her parents. Her father was assassinated when she was 9 months old, and her brother became
You
king
can't
of
even see it from the
France.
front.
At
I'm
the
dumb.
sophisticated court, she learned writing, dancing, singing, and took part in many court plays. The future King Charles first laid eyes on her when he was on his way to Spain to propose marriage to Infanta Maria Anna. But Charles was so outraged when King Philip IV demanded that he convert to Catholicism that he requested his father declare war on Spain. England and France, longtime arch rivals, were enjoying a brief period of peace, so the next choice of bride was French princess Henrietta Maria. She traveled to England with a sumptuous trousseau of diamonds, pearls, satin and velvet dresses, embroidered cloaks, chandeliers, paintings, books, dishes, and bedroom sets. She also brought a large entourage of French ladies, servants, and Catholic priests. The marriage did not get off to a good start. Her religion prevented her from being crowned in her husband's Anglican coronation. She flaunted her faith at a time when Catholics were still being martyred in England. She publicly prayed for Catholics hanging from Tyburn Tree, facilitated illegal wedding masses, and obstructed a scheme to forcibly take the eldest sons of all Catholic families and bring them up Protestant. The North American province of Maryland became a haven for Catholics escaping persecution, and it was named in honor of Queen Henrietta Maria. Used to the extravagance of the French court and supporting her large entourage, Henrietta spent money at an
Okay, that's
exorbitant
just
rate. All of
bad.
this made her very
And
unpopular
so
with the
dead. What
English.
the fuck?
After
How
accusing
does
her of great
nylon
disloyalty,
hair
Charles had no
die?
choice to ask his wife to dismiss her many
I have
hangers-on. Some
concern as
refused to
fuck.
leave, and the king sent armed guards to physically eject them from the palace. Also standing between the king and queen was George Villiers, James I's lover, who had carved a new place for himself as the young king's advisor. But when Villiers was assassinated, Charles and Henrietta had the opportunity to get to know each other. They formed a close and devoted relationship. Henrietta was fond of playing pranks on her husband, and he enjoyed her good humor. He also appreciated her political advice and complained that he was not allowed to make her an official counselor. The couple had 9 children together, 7 of whom survived adulthood. While she might have earned the love of her husband, the queen never earned the love of her people. Anti-Catholic sentiment focused on Henrietta, and pamphlets insulting her were widely centered. She became a scapegoat for her husband's fights with Parliament over his illegal annexation of the people.
Why
In
the fuck?
1642, this fighting led to civil war between the king's supporters
Hi.
and parliamentarians. Henrietta traveled to the continent to secure loans for her husband's army, but when it was discovered that she had used crown jewels as collateral, the people were outraged. From then on, Parliament decreed that the crown jewels were owned by the people and are only lent to the royal family. On her return to England, the Queen's ship was fired upon by the Parliamentarian navy. The royal party escaped and took cover on land, but the Queen reboarded the ship under fire to rescue her dog, Minnie. Parliamentarians broke into the Queen's private chapel and destroyed it, burning many of her paintings and books with a bonfire. The Queen was forced to leave the palace and decamp at lodgings in Oxford. She was expecting her 9th child when war turned badly for the king. It was decided that Henrietta should retreat to safety in Exeter before the delivery. Charles
Hey, that's better.
After 7 years of
It's
civil war,
crunchy.
Charles was
Less
captured
hamstring.
and put on trial for treason.
Okay, that's better. But now
Henrietta
I'll
was
have a
a
nice bag on top.
those
Hi.
royals who managed to escape England surrounded her and her 19-year-old son, now proclaimed King Charles II in exile. For the first time in over 700 years, England didn't have a monarch. Parliamentarian General Oliver Cromwell took control of the country as Lord Protector, but his puritanical crackdowns on the country's morality, closing theaters and brothels, demanding that everyone go to church and stay sober, and even outlawing Christmas, made the new regime as unpopular as the old. After Cromwell's death and 11 years as a Republican Commonwealth, the English government
Okay.
invited Charles II to return and restore the monarchy. Queen Mother Henrietta returned to England and lived on a generous pension for her son. At 55,
I can't use my hairdryer because my cat.
as the damp English weather was affecting her.
Um,
She
this is
died
a
at 59,
painting. Ugh,
taking an
let me try to get it.
of opulence
That I'm working on.
14 stocking. Shortly after his restoration, Charles II married
I can't turn on my
Catherine
hairdryer.
of Braganza, the daughter of King John IV of Portugal, who overthrew the rule of Spanish Habsburgs in his country. John's rise to power and Portugal's vast colonial interests around the world so impressed the other crown heads of Europe that his only surviving daughter was a highly sought after bride. She brought as her dowry Tangiers in North Africa, the seven islands of Bombay in India, and trading privileges in Brazil and the East Indies. The new English queen popularized many new imports, including sugarcane, cotton, lacquer, and porcelain, and that now most ubiquitous of English beverages, tea. But there was one problem with the match. Catherine was Catholic, and like her mother-in-law before her, was bound to be unpopular with many Protestant people. Charles and Catherine married in a secret Catholic mass, followed by a public Anglican service. Henrietta Maria adored her new daughter-in-law, but King Charles was not especially charmed. Catherine had grown up in a convent and was extremely sheltered and needy, hardly an ideal spouse for the notoriously licentious King Charles, who acknowledged over a dozen illegitimate children by 7 different mistresses. While the king sported with his many worldly women, he otherwise demanded that his wife and queen be given the respect due her. He even sided with his wife against his lovers when arguments emerged. Catherine didn't leave behind any writings revealing her true feelings about her husband's many infidelities, but outwardly she mostly only gave it away. She did think when Charles appointed his mistress, Barbara Palmer, as her lady in bedchamber, but she had little choice but to put up with the awkward arrangement. Catherine's
Spiking it.
Portuguese court dress and trouble with English were both subjects of ridicule at court. But over time, Catherine began to loosen up. She embraced the court fashion of ladies wearing men's clothing, which showed off her attractive legs and ankles. She enjoyed playing cards, dancing, and organizing masques, planning picnics in the countryside, fishing, and archery. She also kept her Catholic faith a private matter, and eventually the court and English people came to appreciate her quiet dignity and devotion to the king. The New York City borough of Queens was founded during her reign and likely named in her honor.
Oh crap! I grabbed the
Catherine
bottom
conceived
chunk.
at least 3 babies and never gave birth to a living child. While delirious with a fever, she imagined for a time that she had given birth. Charles comforted her, telling her that she had indeed delivered 2 sons and a daughter. Advisors tried to persuade the king to divorce his wife and marry a Protestant who might bear her heir, but the king refused to leave Catherine. Charles suffered a sudden apoplectic fit at 55.
What?
She was
Do you think
greeted
21
by
year olds are
people
considered
who suspected that her marriage
uncles or
was a
aunts?
Catholic plot to
Um,
overtake the country. They called her the Pope's daughter, and Parliament
I
threatened
don't
to
know.
annul the marriage. King Charles II suspended Parliament and allowed his brother's wedding to go ahead. Mary was 15 when she married 40-year-old James. For the first few weeks of their life together, Mary burst into tears whenever she saw her groom. He introduced her to his daughters, Mary 11 and 8, by saying, "I have brought you a new playfellow." The two girls remained good friends for life. Mary bore on the condition
It's
that
okay.
power
Let
be
me open
limited by a constitution, thus ending 700 years of absolute
it.
monarchy.
Fun.
It was called the Glorious Revolution because royal power was redefined free of bloodshed. Queen Mary II and King William III reigned together for 5 years. Aside from putting down his father-in-law's attempt to take back the throne,
Hi.
William spent most of his time in the Netherlands, and Mary did the majority of ruling in England. The couple never had any children, and she died of smallpox at 32. William ruled England alone for another 8 years. When he died, the throne passed to Mary's younger sister, Anne. Her husband, Poland, but his staunch Protestantism made him
That's the best
unpopular
one I've
in
made.
Poland
Fuck
and lost
you.
elections.
It's no
His fate
whole back of
did
the
make him
head.
an ideal candidate for Lady Anne Stuart, third in line to the English throne. The Danish alliance was made to counterbalance
Look, a
Lady
piece of my
Mary's
hair
union
got
with
pulled
William
into the
Orange,
hairdryer
as
just
Denmark
now.
and the Netherlands were competing powers. Thus, the brothers-in-law were set against each other from the start. George did get along well with his wife. The pair settled in England at the Palace of Whitehall. He was unambitious and preferred relaxing at home to politicking at court. Anne's first child was a stillborn daughter. She next gave birth to Mary and Aunt Sophia, but when they were nearly 2 and 1, the family became ill with smallpox. Anne miscarried another infant, and both of their baby daughters died. The couple were devastated and often sat in silence, holding hands and grieving their lost children. Anne lost 16 children to miscarriage, stillbirth, or infant mortality. Her only surviving son, William, Duke of Gloucester, was a sickly child and died at the age of 11. When King Charles II died and Anne's father became King James II, George of Denmark was appointed a privy councillor. William of Orange refused to attend the coronation as he was insulted that his brother-in-law's
Hi.
council position would give him precedence. When Parliament invited William and Mary to take the throne, George briefly backed his father-in-law, but tried to change sides when it was clear that William would win the day. The brothers-in-law continued to squabble over money and military power, but always managed
Hey.
to patch things up. George was the chief mourner at King William's funeral. When Anne became queen,
I am
George
wearing
South
shorts. I
was
want to
interested
clarify.
in George becoming king. After the ambitious King William, he thought it unnatural that George made no moves to claim power for his wife. He responded, "I am Her Majesty's subject. I shall do naught but what she commands me." For centuries, George has been painted as an alcoholic dullard. A contemporary politician mocked George's asthma, stating that he was forced to breathe hard in case people mistook him for dead and buried him. And Queen Victoria hoped that her own husband, Prince Albert, would never fill the subordinate part played by the very stupid and insignificant husband of Queen Anne. But perhaps today we can have more admiration for a man willing to take a back seat to his powerful wife. Queen Anne named her husband Lord High Admiral of the Navy, but this title was purely honorary. The real head of the military was John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, whose wife, Sarah Churchill, was Queen Anne's closest friend and lover. George does not seem to have been bothered by his wife's intense friendship with Sarah. In 1707, Parliament passed the Act of Union, which made England, Wales, and Scotland a single sovereign state called Great Britain. William died from severe asthma and did not see him when he died. Anne was with him and continued kissing him until he took his last breath. Sarah Churchill angered the Queen when she encouraged her to move on from the loss and removed a portrait of George from the Queen's bedchamber. The disagreement damaged their relationship. Jeanne Bécu was born on August 19th, 1743, in the town of Bécu in northeastern France. Her mother, Anne, was a 30-year-old unmarried seamstress. It's not clear who Jeanne's father was, but there were rumors that he was a local friar. Despite this inauspicious beginning, Anne soon found a way to provide a better life for herself and her daughter. She made the acquaintance of, and had an affair with, Monsieur de Monceau, a wealthy supplier to the royal army. He took Anne and her 3-year-old daughter to Paris and installed them in the home of his mistress, Francesca. In this awkward arrangement, Anne worked as a cook under the watchful eye of her lover's jealous mistress. De Monceau still managed to find his way to the kitchens, and Anne gave birth to a second child, Claude. But their assignations became less frequent as Francesca kept a close watch on them. Meanwhile, little Jeanne became a pet to Madame Francesca. She pampered her with attention and fine clothes. When guests came to call, the adorable child was paraded out to sing and dance. Jeanne soon learned that through her beauty, charm, and talent, she had the ability to captivate. Francesca offered to fund Jeanne's education, and she went to a convent school. There, middle-class girls were instructed in domestic skills and religion, and brought up to be good wives and mothers. But they were also taught the more refined skills of music and art. Jeanne had a talent for drawing that she would enjoy for the rest of her life. She completed her education at 15, but that year her mother was evicted from Monceau's home. Jeanne sold trinkets on the streets of Paris to provide for herself and her mother, but her aunt feared that the beautiful teenager would get into trouble. She pulled strings to get her a more stable job as an assistant to a hairdresser, Lametz, who created elaborate powdered styles for the wealthy. In this role, Jeanne's artistic flair flourished, and Lametz became infatuated with her. He moved her into his luxurious apartment, and they may have had a daughter together, who either died young or was given up for adoption. When Lametz's mother came to visit, she was furious that her son had squandered his income on a working-class girl, and she cast Jeanne out. She next found employment as a companion to an elderly widow, Madame de Legrand. Madame soon received many calls from society friends, especially men whom she hadn't seen in years. Her 2 wayward sons also suddenly became much more attentive to their mother. When Madame realized that they were both competing to seduce her young companion, she was furious and threw Jeanne out. But the stunning teenager with thick blonde ringlets and almond-shaped violet blue eyes had now made many acquaintances among the well-to-do men. Attracted many wealthy clients. Bankers and merchants fawned over her and presented her with costly gifts. She received several offers to become a kept mistress, but she refused to settle and continually set her sights higher. Jean became good friends with the owner's daughter, Adelaide la Belle, one of the great painters of the era. When she was 20, Jean and Adelaide were invited to attend the unveiling of a new equestrian statue of King Louis XV. The splendid event included mock battles on the Seine, fireworks, and meat given out to the poor. There, Jeanne mixed with genuine aristocrats and caught the attention of Jean-Baptiste du Barry. He had abandoned his
I don't know.
son
I'm just trying to get the wig done. I have no clue if it's gonna turn out well or not, though.
owned a popular casino brothel, which was frequented by the Parisian elite. Jean-Baptiste saw great potential in Jeanne, moved her into his home, showered her with fine clothes and jewels, and launched her career ruled France with his enormous ego. By commanding all the nobles to come to his splendid palace at Versailles and compete for his attention, he controlled them all. His son, Louis le Grand Dauphin, died of smallpox at 49, and his grandson, Louis le Petit Dauphin, died of measles at 29. So when Louis XIV finally died at
Hi.
76, his throne went to his great-grandson, who was crowned King Louis XV at the age of 5. His grand uncle ruled while he finished growing up, but at 13, Louis took reign power. He was just as brilliant as his predecessor, but where Louis XIV had been proud, Louis XV was shy and modest. He sought the
God
advice
damn
of
it.
others even when he understood the situation better than they did. His sole vice was women. At 15, he was married to Polish princess Maria Leczinska, and she gave birth to 10 children. Early in their marriage, Louis was very much in love with Marie, but as she was nearly always pregnant, he began to look elsewhere. His first official mistresses were a set of sisters. First he made Louise Julie a duchess, but while she was pregnant, he busied himself with her sister, Pauline Félicité. She died in childbirth, and he moved on to the youngest sister, Diane Adelaide. She refused to become his mistress unless he kicked her older sister out of Versailles. Louis's longest extramarital relationship with Jean-Antoinette Poisson, Marquise de Pompadour, lasted for 19 years. She was his closest advisor, and he believed that only she loved him enough to tell him the truth. But her advice was not always solid. She instigated the downfall of competent ministers and had them replaced with incompetent ones. They led France into a number of disastrous and expensive wars, which weakened the economy and the monarchy's reputation. Following defeat in the Seven Years' War, France was forced to hand over New France, aka Canada, to Great Britain. Madame de Pompadour suffered 3 miscarriages and other health problems. So 5 years into their romance, she ended their sexual relationship. His devoted friendship kept her in the position of maitresse en titre, or official royal mistress, for another 14 years. But she selected a rotation of new playmates for the king and ensured that they would be beautiful but silly young women who would not attempt to usurp her place as his intellectual companion. French kings were expected to prove their virility by surrounding themselves with dazzling mistresses, and Louis XV did not disappoint. He racked up a list of lovers longer than any other French king, numbering over 50 and closer to 100 by some estimates. And he fathered at least 13 illegitimate children. The king didn't enjoy being made to feel guilty about committing the cardinal sin of adultery, so he stopped going to confession. Create your own sunshine with the new Jergens Natural Glow Brightening Daily Moisturizer, and embrace a gradual tan infused with coconut oil and antioxidants. Nourish and brighten every day. That's the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Shop the Rooms to Go President's Day sale this Friday to Monday and get valuable President's Day bonus coupons in your newspaper,
Hi.
online, or on the Rooms to Go app. Coupons good Friday to Monday, President's Day. Coupons that save you big money on great looking furniture. Shop now and get extra savings with your bonus coupons. Plus, to make buying even easier, finance interest free for 50 months. Shop the Rooms to Go President's Day sale with bonus coupons Friday to Monday.
You can get 3 pieces of our signature chicken for just $5.
Madame de Pompadour died at 42, and Louis was devastated. He locked himself in his room for weeks. He spent more time with his long-suffering wife, Marie, but 4 years later, she was on her deathbed as well. Masses were being said every day for the Queen's soul, as the melancholy king was leaving the chapel and walking Majesty inquired as to the identity of the stunning young woman. His valet, Dominique Nebel, who was also his unofficial procurer, brought Jeanne to the king's boudoir. According to legend, when she arrived, she paid the king his due respect by curtsying 3 times. Then she boldly walked up to him and kissed him full on the lips. This story is likely apocryphal, but whatever went on in the king's bedchamber that night, Louis left smitten with Jeanne. His Majesty apparently told the Duc de Noailles that she had introduced him to pleasures he had never known before. The Duke replied, "Sire, that is because your Majesty has never been in a brothel." Lebel couldn't tell the king that his new paramour was actually a common sex worker, so he lied and said that she was a married woman from a noble family. He expected that the king would quickly grow bored and move on. However, when Queen Marie died, Louis was grief-stricken, not only by her loss, but also by his own aging and the death of 5 of their 10 children, including his son and heir, Louis le Dauphin. Jeanne was the only person who could reach him in his misery and lighten his mood. The king became all the more enamored with her, and the Belle was forced to come clean with her true identity. He was short, overweight, alcohol dependent, and had been discharged from the army because of poor health. He had few other prospects, so he agreed to marry a woman whose bed he would never share, in exchange for being named Comte de Louis Jourdan and getting a major estate in Gascony. Jean-Baptiste also made out well. In exchange consent and made her 3 years younger than she actually was. Apparently, a 25-year-old woman was getting a bit long in the tooth for a 58-year-old king. Jeanne was installed in a luxurious apartment. Nobility were willing to befriend or even acknowledge her. Everyone knew that she was a woman of the street who presumed above her station. In order to become the king's official mistress, she would have to be presented at court, and she needed a genuine member of the nobility to sponsor her. Her old friend Richelieu came to her aid. He knew that Madame de Bern was drowning in gambling debts, so he offered to pay them off if she would do him the small favor of ruining her reputation by sponsoring the king's mistress. She agreed, but she was so nervous that at the first planned presentation, she panicked and feigned a sprained ankle. Before the second, the king fell off his horse, broke his arm, and had to cancel. By the third attempt, Jeanne would not allow anything to go wrong. She kept the gossiping court waiting while she had her spectacular coiffure perfected. When she was ready, she strutted into the Hall of Mirrors in a spectacular silvery white gown, brocaded with gold, with the largest side panniers ever seen in France. Around her neck, wrists, and at her delicate earlobes, she wore diamonds which her royal lover had sent her the night before. The stunning Madame Jeanne de Berry was officially introduced to the king, whom she already knew intimately. Jeanne quickly grew accustomed to living in luxury. Hot chocolate was brought to her in bed every morning. She dressed in the finest clothes and had her own hairdresser to powder her curls. She received visits from the owners of the finest fashion and jewel houses, who were eager to sell her their best wares. She became patron of several artists and collected paintings. Louis gifted her a young enslaved man named Zamor, who was from Bangladesh. She dressed him elegantly and educated him. Jeanne was extravagant and good-natured. She did well by those who treated her with respect. Her old sponsor, Madame de Bern, came to her to beg a favor. Her friends, the Comte and Comtesse de Lucerne, had been evicted from their interest before Jeanne appeared on the scene. She jealously published libel pamphlets about her relationship with the king. Another rival was the Duc de Choiseul, who resented Jeanne's influence over his more glorious and enriching battle. He plotted to instigate a conflict with England over the Falkland Islands. Part of his plan was to distract the king. Exiled, and Louis dropped Albertine Elizabeth and returned his full devotion to Jeanne. The most notable personage to snub Jeanne was Marie Antoinette, the young wife of Louis's grandson and heir, Dauphin Louis Auguste. The Austrian princess refused to acknowledge the king's commoner mistress, wounding her. Jeanne complained to Louis, who in turn advised the Austrian ambassador that it was in Marie Antoinette's best interest to get off her high horse and do right by the king's favorite. On New Year's Day, 1772, Marie Antoinette approached Jeanne and said, "There are a lot of people at Versailles today." The small interaction sufficed, and the crisis came to an end. Unlike her predecessor, Madame de Pompadour, Madame du Barry had little interest in politics. The king still craved her advice, and even invited her to council meetings, but she preferred to wait for him to spoil her with fine clothes and diamonds. The funds he lavished upon her made her unpopular with the people, and despite a staggering allowance, she was perpetually in debt, at one point up to 300,000 livres, or about $8 million. The king ordered his love a necklace the like of which had never been seen before. It contained 647 flawless diamonds at an estimated cost of 2 million livres, or $50 million, but it was not finished before Louis died. Jeanne and Louis had 6 happy years
Hi,
together,
I'm lazy, so I literally
before
just round
he
off the
began to
tips
meditate on his impending
into
mortality.
points.
While staying with Jeanne at
Like people are awake.
Trianon, he experienced the first
I have a
symptoms of
relationship
smallpox.
information with someone
He was
from
brought back to his own bed in the palace, and Jeanne and his daughters sat vigil at his bedside for days. This was no small sacrifice for a woman whose livelihood depended on her beauty. If she contracted a disease and managed to survive, she might be disfigured for life. On the 4th of May, the king asked Jeanne to leave him, both to protect her from infection and so that he could prepare his conscience for his final
I'm
confession
back.
and receiving the last
Nobody.
rites. Jeanne bid Louis farewell and left the room calmly.
Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa might be our best kept secret. Slow cooked, responsibly raised beef, seasoned with garlic and cumin, hand shredded for fall before tenderness. Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa. If you know, you know.
What will the world of Formula One feel like without trust? It's essential to have trust in your team, confidence in your car, and above all, reliance on accurate data. Trust is what keeps me pushing forward. Just like in Formula One, having a cybersecurity partner you can trust to protect your digital life is key. Our partner, Bitdefender, has been earning the trust of millions of consumers and businesses across the globe for more than 2 decades.
Jeanne bid Louis farewell and left the room calmly, but once outside his door, she fainted and had to be carried to her own room, where she wept all night. The next day, she moved to a nearby chateau. The king asked for her once more, but when he was informed that she had already left, he replied, "What, already?" and burst into tears. Louis XV died at 3:15 in the morning on May 10, 1774. His 4 daughters were by his side. His 19-year-old grandson was crowned King Louis XVI. His new queen, Marie Antoinette, convinced him to banish Jeanne to a convent. The nuns treated the scandalous former royal mistress coldly, but they soon warmed to her charm and good nature. Slowly she was permitted to leave beloved Chateau de Louveciennes, which had been a gift from the king. She was now in her early 30s and set herself up with comfort. She kept the diamonds, pearls, and jewels the king had given her, estimated to be worth about $100 million, concealed in her bedroom and buried in the garden. She had love affairs with two men, Louis Hercule du Cossey-Brissac and British diplomat Henry Seymour of Redland. Seymour, who was married with children, was furious when he learned that he was not the only man in Jeanne's life. He sent her a painting with the words, "Leave me alone," scrawled in English at the bottom. Louis Hercule, who was French after all, was unfazed by the menage a trois and continued his romance with Jeanne. While she was enjoying a relatively quiet, happy life of luxury, France was falling apart. The many ruinous wars fought by Louis XIV and XV, their lavish lifestyles, including the buckets of money they spent on their mistresses, and the aristocracy and clergy's refusal to relinquish financial privileges, pushed the nation to the brink of ruin. Queen Marie Antoinette became a scapegoat for the ills of France and was labeled Madame Deficit. In 1784, her tarnished reputation was obliterated by the affair of the necklace. The diamond necklace of unrivaled extravagance, which Louis XV had ordered for Jeanne shortly before his death, was finally complete, but the king had never paid for it. Saw a way to turn the situation to her own advantage. She became the lover of the Cardinal de Rohan, who had offended the queen and was desperate to get back in her good graces. Du Valois wrote a letter to the cardinal pretending to be the queen and convinced him that he would be forgiven if he fronted the money to buy her the necklace. She even arranged a secret nighttime rendezvous in the gardens of Versailles. Reputation was left in tatters, as the people had every reason to believe that she would have coveted the fabulous necklace. All of these surmounting problems led to the outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789, and returning home from mass one day, Jeanne discovered that her bedroom had been ransacked, and her jewelry, the only wealth keeping her from falling back into a life of poverty, had been stolen. She gave a detailed list of the missing items to police and jewelry dealers, and the thieves were tracked down in London. France and Britain had no extradition, so Jeanne had to make repeated trips across the channel to ensure the return of her jewels. Until this point, the leaders of the revolution had
Hey, that's not that
this was
bad.
the long-dead king. Jeanne might have lived out her
I'm
life
proud of me.
unnoticed, but her repeated trips to England raised suspicion. Many aristocrats were attempting to immigrate in order to flee the revolution, and the new leaders wanted to keep them and their money in the country to face justice. It didn't help Jeanne's reputation when, after the execution of King Louis XVI, she wore black in mourning. The Republic declared immigration a treasonous offense, punishable by confiscation of property. Jeanne's beloved Chateau de Louveciennes was compounded, and when she learned the news, she raced back to France to justify her stay in England. Upon her return, she learned that her enslaved servant, Zamor, had been inspired by the freedom and equality proposed by the revolution. He had become an officer in the Committee of Public Safety. Jeanne was horrified and expelled him from her home. Zamor promptly denounced her to the committee. the streets of Paris with blood. No aristocrats were safe as angry mobs lashed out. Late one night, Jeanne heard a drunken crowd approaching her chateau. She peeked out of a window and saw the crowd parading a bloody cloth on a pike. All of a sudden, her window came crashing in. She discovered that the projectile, which had been hurled into her home, was the severed head of her lover, Louis Hercule. Jeanne fainted. The surveillance committee hunted down people who were suspected of the smallest slight against the new republic, and Jeanne's old Revolutionary Tribunal, Jeanne presented evidence of her legitimate reasons for traveling to London, but the jury didn't care. She was found guilty of treason and condemned to death. Desperate to save herself, she offered to reveal the location of gemstones buried in her garden in exchange for her life. The executioner said that of all the people he had to behead, no one gave him as much trouble as Madame du Barry. Most aristocrats saw it as their duty to go to their deaths with quiet dignity. But Jeanne, who had clawed her way from poverty to aristocracy, with difficulty, the guards hoisted her onto the scaffold. She clung to their clothes and begged them not to kill her, but they strapped her to the bench underneath the blade, and the executioner grabbed her by the hair to get her head in the correct position. Her last words were, "One more moment, Mr. Executioner, I beg you," but he let the blade drop. Then he picked up her head and presented it to the bloodthirsty crowd. Jeanne du Barry was 50 years old. She was buried in Madeleine Cemetery with many other victims of the Revolution, including Henry VIII and Marie Antoinette. In the end, the ambition which lifted her out of a life of poverty and bought her many years of happiness cut her life short. A special thank you goes to my patron, Demont Tay Drew. If you enjoyed this video,
I'm
please
gonna
like,
go pee real
subscribe,
quick.
comment your thoughts, and check out my other history videos. You can also join my Patreon to support my work and get early access to all of my multi-part series. Thank you for watching.
The Rooms to Go President's Day sale starts now, so save big on the furniture you want. Get huge savings for every room of your home, with living rooms on sale, bedrooms on sale, and dining rooms on sale. And it's about to get even better, with 50-month interest-free financing. That's right, at Rooms to Go you get both amazing sale prices and interest-free financing for 50 months. Don't wait, the Rooms to Go President's Day sale starts now.
Create attention-grabbing videos with millions of creative assets on Motion Array.
Aquatas, they make it really easy for me to follow. At the end of every class, they give the parents an update. That way I am able to help follow up and see where my kids are at. I feel like Aquatas is part of the family rather than just a swim school that we go to.
Right now, during the Rooms to Go President's Day mattress sale, get this very special offer. Sleep better and save big when you buy this Beauty Rest Select Hybrid or Therapeutic mattress in your choice of sizes for only $5.95. That's two great brands, any size, one low price. Choose twin, full, queen, even a king-size mattress, just $5.95. Plus, check out all our other great mattress buys throughout the store during the Rooms to Go President's Day mattress sale going on now.
Queens of the world. Catherine Parr, the queen who did so much more than which nearly landed Catherine on the block and a seventh wife in Henry's bed. And the musical Six celebrates her as an early feminist and laments her being forced to choose Henry over the real love of her life, Thomas Seymour. But it leaves out Catherine's dramatic life before becoming queen, and the fact that Seymour turned out to be an absolute scoundrel. Let's examine the whole life of wife number 6, Catherine Parr. We'll learn what became of her, the baby she died for, and how her grave was desecrated centuries after her tragic death. Catherine was probably born in the late summer of 1512, the eldest surviving child of Sir Thomas Parr, a member of a prominent northern family, and Maud Reed, a lady-in-waiting to Henry VIII's first wife, Catherine of Aragon. She was named after the Queen, who was her godmother. Siblings William and Anne soon joined her in the nursery. Their father died of the sweating sickness when Catherine was about 5, and the children grew up close to their mother, who ensured that they received an excellent education. Queen Catherine was keen for her only child, Mary, to be well prepared for her future as monarch. Thus Her Majesty made tutoring girls, an unusual notion at the time, all the rage. Young Catherine Parr loved learning. She studied philosophy, theology, and the classics, and became fluent in French, Latin, and Italian. According to a likely apocryphal tale, she loathed the traditional feminine art of embroidery and protested to her mother, "My hands are ordained to touch crowns and scepters, not spindles and needles." When Catherine was about 11, her mother began negotiating for her marriage, but because of her meager dowry, prominent families weren't interested. It wasn't until she was 17 that her mother was able to make a decent match for her. She wed Sir Edward Borough, the son of Baron Borough and in line to inherit the title. His family was on the lowest rung of the peerage, but a modest step up for the daughter of an untitled knight. Catherine's groom was in his early 20s, but he was in poor health. She spent most of their 4-year marriage nursing him, and they had no children. When she was 19, her mother died. 2 years later, Edward Borough died, and Catherine, just 22, was left alone in the world, with only a small widow's pension. Catherine found a way out of her poverty in the form of John Neville, Baron Latimer. As a peer, John was a big step up for Catherine. She now had a powerful husband and a large house to run, Stane Castle in North Yorkshire. Her second groom was twice her age, twice widowed, and had 2 teenage children. But despite the age difference, and the fact that, like most women of the time, Catherine married John out of necessity rather than love, the couple got along well and shared a genuine affection. She also cared for his 2 motherless children, John and Margaret. Margaret, in particular, was grateful for her stepmother's love for the rest of her life. But even in this early stage in her story, the king and his matrimonial caprices put Catherine Parr in grave danger. In 1533, the same year she became a widow for the first time, Henry VIII finally managed to rid himself of his first wife, Catherine of Aragon, so he could marry Anne Boleyn. In order to do so, he had to break with the Catholic Church in Rome because the Pope refused to annul his marriage. The English Reformation was based around the Renaissance ideas of Martin Luther, who preached that Scripture was the best source of Christian faith and criticized the Church for growing wealthy by perpetuating superstitious dogma. Henry made himself the head of the Church of England and enforced royal authority over religion. His representatives looted churches and tossed monks and nuns out of their abbeys. For peasants who had little concept of Luther's teachings and saw the Church as the foundation of their lives, this was tantamount to upturning heaven and earth. Community leaders and relatives who had been given over to religious lives were suddenly homeless, and silver chalices which their grandparents had sipped communion wine from were taken away and replaced with tin. All of this was happening in the middle of bad harvests and an economic recession. On October 1st, Several of the king's commissioners were dragged from their homes and beaten to death or burned alive. Lord Latimer was a faithful Catholic and opposed the king's annulment and regal throne. The rebels believed that they could find in him a powerful ally, so they marched to Smew Castle and demanded that he join them. When Latimer resisted, the mob threatened violence against his family. Catherine and the children watched in horror as he was dragged away. Under duress, he swore loyalty to the rebellion and acted as a captain as they organized into a wider movement called the Pilgrimage of Grace. Rebels occupied the city of York and continued to Pontefract Castle, where a force of 40,000 issued their demands to the king's representative, the Duke of Norfolk. Vastly outnumbered and terrified of being put on the spot, the Duke promised to see to their demands. Satisfied, the rebels disbanded. But the king had no intention of capitulating to a bunch of peasants and ignored them. Latimer, fearing royal wrath, made haste to London to explain that he had
How are we?
attempted to dissuade the rebels from questioning royal authority. His story was convincing enough, and he was spared. But when the rebels heard of Latimer's betrayal, they marched to Smew Castle, ransacked the house, and demanded that if Latimer didn't return immediately, they would murder his family. This was a terrifying time for Catherine and her children. She
That would be a
remained
good
steeled
spot.
in the face of danger. Latimer made haste home and managed to talk the rebels into leaving, but now both sides were suspicious of his loyalties. Or Latimer just couldn't win. Henry sent his army north to violently end the Pilgrimage of Grace. Martial law was declared in York, and over 200 rebel leaders were executed. Those of noble blood were beheaded. Commoners and priests were hanged, and the most notorious were also drawn and quartered. A female leader, Margaret Stafford, was burned at the stake. Lord Latimer was spared the scourge, but was locked up in the Tower of London on suspicion of treason. If sufficient evidence emerged to declare him guilty, he would have been executed and his estates forfeited to the crown, leaving Catherine and the children penniless. Luckily, the loyalties of Catherine's uncle and brother, both called William Parr, had been less ambiguous. They were leaders in defeating the rebellion, and they managed to use their credit with the king to secure places at court and get Latimer out of the Tower. With their reputations restored, though tarnished, Catherine and her husband spent the next few years in London. Latimer served in Parliament, while Catherine used her connections to fold herself into the social life of the royal court. Her younger sister, Anne, had been a maid of honor to Queen Catherine of Aragon since the age of 13. When Anne Boleyn became queen, Anne Parr was drawn to her charisma and began following in her Protestant faith. It's not clear exactly when Catherine became a Protestant. Her animosity towards the Catholic rebels who had terrorized her probably made her more open to the religious nuances of
I think I ate hair.
life in London was a revelation. Though Catherine had spent some of her childhood there, in her late teens and 20s, she had been confined to the northern countryside. But now, the attractive and intelligent lady reveled in the cutting-edge fashion, entertainment, and Renaissance ideas of Anne Boleyn's dazzling inner circle. When Queen Anne fell from grace and landed on a scaffold in the Tower, Anne Parr quickly transferred her loyalties to the new queen, Jane Seymour. Lady Parr was present at the baptism of Prince Edward and was part of Queen Jane's funeral cortege. She next attended Anne of Cleves, and when she was promptly replaced for Catherine Howard, Anne Parr remained a fixture in the queen's household. Both Parr sisters were attracted to dashing men at court with daring reputations. Anne fell for and married Sir William Herbert, the illegitimate grandson of the Earl of Pembroke, while Catherine had a flirtation with Sir Thomas Seymour, brother of the late Queen Jane and uncle to Edward, Prince of Wales. But while she felt a strong attraction to the handsome baron, and he to her, she was not free. Lord wife, so he was surely capable. But the couple's early years were spent apart, extreme duress of ability to grace. By the time they settled down in London together, Latimer's health was less than ideal. Lastly, it is possible that Catherine did give birth to children who succumbed to the incredibly high mortality rate at the time. Because she was not a queen then, but a mere lady, these tragedies may not have been well recorded. Either way, Thomas had hope of a happy marriage and children with Catherine Parr, but those desires were dashed by another man on the hunt for a son. In 1542, Henry VIII was presented with evidence that his fifth wife, Catherine Howard, had committed adultery. By this time, the once tall, handsome, and athletic king had become a corpulent and cantankerous old man. A jousting accident years earlier had left him with an ulcerous leg wound, which oozed pus and was constantly wet from medicinal baths. Herbs and incense were burned in every room to mask the stench of his rotting flesh. Historians also theorize that the same jousting accident inflicted a brain injury, which changed his personality and caused his hair-trigger temper. Constant pain and immobility allowed him to pile on weight. His leggings were 52 inches at the waist and could comfortably fit 3 men. 16-year-old
Look at all my nice.
the part of a devoted wife.
I forgot I had all these nice, like, proper drawing pencils because I always just use crappy writing pencils. And I forgot I have all these, and I have like 17. I have so many. And I remembered why I stopped using them. Because I'm a chronic Sharpie sharpening person. If it's even a little dull, it has to be sharp. And it drives me nuts. And these have a, I guess like a less, a moldable lead or like pencil stuff than like others, so it would go down anyway, and then I'd sharpen, and then I bad. Anyway, I heard someone make a noise. I will be back in a second.
And shredded for fall pork tenders. Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa. If you know, you know.
The beluga whale has the IQ of a human genius.
Hey, Richard. Got your phone?
Did you say my name?
Yes, I said because I'm a genius. Were you not paying attention
Can
now?
I get my phone back?
Want to know what else is genius? Finding the right credit card from Nerd Mullen. They do the research, so you don't have to. Pretty cool, huh?
Wait, you use credit cards?
You don't, Richard. But you do.
Get a really broad spectrum of the individuals here. We hire a lot of people within the fields that they're already working in, and they bring that expertise to us. You feel prepared when you're leaving the school.
All this went down while Lord Latimer was still in his sickbed. Like Thomas Seymour, the king took notice of the pretty and poised Pindy widow. At least 2 weeks before her husband was in his grave, the king sent Catherine costly gifts and visited Princess Mary multiple times a day, not to spend time with his long-suffering daughter, but to flirt with Queen Parr. Though His Majesty had used up 5 wives, beheaded 2 and cruelly disposed of 2 others, he did not like to be alone. He enjoyed female companionship, banter, and most of all, praise. Perhaps, he pondered, he may have made a mistake wedding naive and young Catherine Howard, but surely a woman who was older and more experienced, yet still beautiful, charming, and intelligent, would be the perfect companion to see him through the rest of his life. He was also optimistic about her fertility, if blind to his own, for the king still desperately hoped for a second son, a Duke of York, to shore up the succession. England's many warrior kings usually raid all the attention, but I'm more fascinated by the queens, who had to be even more cunning and ruthless to claim power in a man's world. That's why I'm loving She-Wolves, the early queens watch this and so many more educational and entertaining documentaries on Magellan TV. This platform is dedicated to delivering the finest curated documentaries from around the world. They have an incredible collection highlighting whatever you are interested in, including scientific discoveries, nature, art, culture, crime, and beyond. And you know I can't get enough of their library of history documentaries. Two other series I have thoroughly enjoyed are Calculating Ada, the Countess of Computing, and Secrets of the Castle. Click the link in the description to get a free 30-day trial to watch The Private Lives of the Tudors and all the rest of Magellan TV's extensive collection of over 3,000 documentaries. And now, back to history. When King Henry proposed, Catherine daringly asked for time to consider his suit. She had no attraction to the king as a person, nor much to the wealth and prestige of becoming queen. She wanted a quiet life with Thomas, but once again her fate was taken out of her hands. Henry indulged her request for time to consider, for they both knew that her choice was no choice at all. Rejecting the king would put her entire family in peril. Catherine later wrote in a letter to Thomas that she very much desired to marry him, but she was obliged to follow
I'm back.
God.
My mother woke up.
Instead. And
I think I
that
woke
she
her up.
did
I don't
on
know.
July 12, 1543, in a private ceremony in the Queen's closet at Hampton Palace. Her sister Anne and the king's daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, were in attendance. Though secretly heartbroken, Catherine made the best of her new life as queen. She secured her stepchildren and other relatives prominent court positions. Her sister Anne handed over Catherine Howard's jewels and became her chief lady of bedchamber. Anne Parr was one of only a handful of women who served all 6 of Henry VIII's wives. In addition to wearing her dead predecessor's jewelry, Catherine literally stepped into her shoes. She inherited a fortune's worth of fine gowns and accessories from the late Catherine Howard, though they had to be altered because the new Queen Catherine was several inches taller than the old. But she had no intention of ending up like her predecessors, and her conduct was above reproach. There were never any whispers about her flirting with other men. It helped that the king, who didn't like competition, had sent Thomas Seymour on a diplomatic mission to the continent, so there was no temptation there. Catherine was an exemplary queen and wife. She had grown accustomed to caring for ill husbands and was gentle with the grumpy old king. She personally changed the bandages on his festering wound. She was an excellent regent when Henry went to France in 1544 for one last hurrah on the battlefield. An enormous suit of armor was made, and a very strong horse found, so the king could cosplay as a valiant knight. Catherine encouraged him to reconcile with his 2 daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, who had been disinherited when they fell out with their mothers. Mary had been prickly towards her 4 previous stepmothers, but she was already friends with Catherine, and Elizabeth and Edward also grew enormously fond of their compassionate stepmother. She continued to encourage the education and contributions of women, and even employed 3 female artists to paint portraits for her. Catherine became indispensable to Henry in nearly every way, and she created for him a secure family life he had known since his mother died when he was just 10. Nevertheless, 2 years into their marriage, Henry's unchecked ego nearly drove him to torch this happy scene. Catherine was, by now, a devoted evangelical. She wrote a book called Prayers or Meditations and became the first female author in England to publish under her own name. Catherine dared to share her deeply felt religious convictions with her husband. Despite breaking with Rome, Henry was still very much a Catholic in his own views and practices. He had left the English Reformation only half done, and Catherine encouraged him to complete it.
hope her well.
months of agony on the rack, she protected her friend and went silently into the verdict and the stake. Despite not having this damning piece of evidence, anti-Protestants whispered into the gracious king's ear and convinced him to sign an arrest warrant for his wife. Ambassadors wrote that the king was casting his eye out for wife number 7. He shared this news with his doctor, who admired the queen and made sure that her as of yet unexecuted arrest warrant was delivered right to her. Catherine was terrified and lamented, but unlike her predecessors, she was forewarned. She had faced peril before and remained steely. She ordered her ladies to dispose of their controversial books, and she went immediately to see the king. She begged his forgiveness and said that she had never meant to undermine him. She was only debating him in order to distract him from his painful lay and to learn from his wisdom. Of course, she had no thought or will save his. Mary's ego was soothed and their marital rupture repaired. When armed men arrived at the queen's garden to arrest her, they found her sitting on the king's knee. Henry cursed them and sent them away. Catherine kept her head and her lips sealed as she nursed the increasingly ailing king in his final months. Shortly before his death, he sent his wife and children away. Henry VIII died at 55, surrounded by doctors and advisors. The Dowager Queen was left an incredibly wealthy woman, but she was denied her greatest wish, to be appointed guardian and regent to her 9-year-old stepson, who was now King Henry VI. This honor went to the king's uncle, Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset, and Catherine's time in politics was over. Still, she was finally free to make some of her own decisions, and what she wanted was Thomas Seymour. He returned to London and promptly proposed. The couple knew the Regency Council would not allow them to marry only 4 months after the king's death, so they wed in secret. When the news got out, it caused a scandal and infuriated her royal stepchildren, Mary and Edward. Though 14-year-old Elizabeth moved in with their stepmother at Old Manor in Chelsea. A rivalry grew between the Seymour brothers and Catherine and Edward's wife, her former lady-in-waiting, Anne Seymour. Anne argued that Catherine should hand over the queen's jewels and allow her, as the wife of the regent, to wear them. On the bright side, the new regime was far more bent towards the Reformation, which was now continuing in earnest. Catherine wrote another evangelical book, The Lamentations of a Sinner. At 35, Catherine became pregnant for, as far as we know, the first time. During her pregnancy, Thomas's behavior towards his wife's ward, Princess Elizabeth, became increasingly inappropriate. Catherine wasn't aware what her husband had initially proposed to the princess. Only after she turned him down did he settle with the Dowager Queen. Still, 40-year-old Thomas pursued 14-year-old Elizabeth. He frequently entered her bedroom in his nightgown, tickled her, and slapped her on the bottom. At first, Catherine joined in, laughing it off as a playful game. She once even held Elizabeth while Thomas cut her gown into shreds with a sword. But when Catherine caught Thomas and Elizabeth in an embrace, she realized things had gone too far. She sent Elizabeth away under protection. Catherine was by now well known for her excellence in fostering young people. She was charged with the education of the king's cousin, Lady Jane Grey, and the 12-year-old accompanied her to Sudley Castle in Gloucestershire. There, Catherine spent the final happy summer of her life. On August 30th, she delivered a healthy daughter, whom she named Mary after her royal stepdaughter. But the Dowager Queen never rose from her bed. She contracted childbed fever, an achingly common post-partum infection caused by unsanitary council for money which had been promised to Mary, but was ignored. However, in 1550, including letters, stopped. There have been many speculations, but it is generally accepted that little Mary Seymour died sometime before her second birthday. There ends the line of the remarkable Queen Catherine Parr, but disturbingly, her story is not quite over. During the English Civil War, Sudley Castle was used as a base for King Charles I. It was sieged and sacked in 1643, during which Catherine's original monument was destroyed. In 1782, a member of the local gentry searched the ruined chapel and found the lost queen, buried 2 feet deep in a lead coffin. He removed the lid and found her perfectly preserved and wrapped in cerecloths. But once the corpse was exposed to the air, it began to decompose at an accelerated pace. Now that the location of Catherine's body was known, she was repeatedly dug up, so numerous people could make so-called scientific observations and docket her. After a dinner party, a group of drunken revelers exhumed her, pulled out her golden hair, knocked out her teeth, used a spade to cut off her head and pull off her arms, then stabbed her repeatedly with an iron bar. They then threw her mutilated corpse into a new grave. In 1817, the local reverend dug Catherine up once again, found her coffin upside down and only a skeleton, a few shreds of dirty hair and tar remained. Her coffin was repaired, and she was placed in the tomb of St. Peter's Chapel. In 1861, a new monument was erected to Queen Catherine Parr, who now rests finally in peace. Henry VIII ruined the lives of 6 sorry wives, but 7 other women managed to escape marrying the murderous monarch. In next week's episode, we'll meet them and consider how history might have been different if they had walked down the aisle with Henry VIII. In May 2024, I had the incredible opportunity to host a group of fellow history lovers in a time on Scotland. We had such an amazing, fun, historical, and low-stress trip with an excellent local guide who planned fascinating experiences and lovely hotels and restaurants for us to enjoy. But the best part was the group. Everyone was curious and kind, and we all became friends along the way. By the farewell dinner, we were already planning our adventure for 2025. And I'd love to bring you with us on my next historic travel adventure. Perhaps we'll explore the ancient ruins of Greece, picturesque castles of Germany, or the warm palaces of Istanbul. If you're interested in traveling with me in 2025, please take the survey linked in the description for more information and to help me decide where we'll go. Don't want to wait to see the next episode? Patrons get exclusive early access to all of my multi-part series. If you would like to join my Patreon and help me make more fascinating videos, click on the link in the description. Thank you for watching.
Anyone have thoughts on the reading from last week?
I'm ordering another round. I get discounts. Anyone want one?
I'll take one.
Too late.
Create attention-grabbing videos with millions of creative assets on Motion Array.
Royal mistresses who became queens. Through most of history, kings selected wives for their royal blood and political connections. Women they actually liked and were attracted to were relegated to being mere mistresses. These women were usually local aristocrats or even commoners who would never be considered contenders to be consort. The majority of monarchs had mistresses, and their wives often looked the other way, safe in the knowledge that their place as queen could never be usurped. But some royal courtesans did come to wield great power, Portugal, was born in 1325 in Galicia, what is now northern Portugal. She was of noble but illegitimate birth. At 15, she came to the royal court to serve as a lady-in-waiting to Constanza of Castile, the new bride of Prince Pedro, heir to the throne. But Pedro was not particularly interested in his new wife. He preferred the company of her beautiful and charming lady, Inez. The two began a very open affair and outraged the court. Pedro favored his lover's Galician family and offered them favors while ignoring and infuriating his wife's more powerful Castilian kin. The prince must have found his way into his wife's bed at least once, as she gave birth to a son, Fernando. Constanza died a few weeks after the birth. Single again, Pedro wanted to make his mistress wife number two, but his father, King Alfonso IV, refused and banished Inez to a convent. He proposed several other, more suitable, beautiful ladies for his son's consideration, but Pedro would have no other wife than Inez. He married her in secret and frequently stole away to the nunnery to be with her. They had 3 children together, Joao, Denise, and Beatrice. When King Alfonso learned that his son had disobeyed him, he was furious. He commanded 3 knights to sneak into the convent and murder Inez. They beheaded her in front of her 3 small children. When Pedro learned of his beloved's brutal murder, he was heartbroken and unhinged. He raised an army and prepared to take Portugal from his father by force. But just then, the old king conveniently died. Now king, Pedro rode down the ruthless knights who had butchered Inez and publicly ripped out their hearts, crying that they didn't deserve hearts as they had pulverized his. He determined that his beloved would have the honors in death she had been denied in life. He had her body exhumed from her grave, dressed in the finest gown and royal robes, and sat upon the throne. He placed the crown of the queen upon her head, and ordered all of the nobility to kiss the hem of her dress and swear loyalty to her as queen. He begged the Pope to recognize his marriage to Inez and make their children legitimate, but was refused. Though they could not be his heirs, his 3 children lived as royalty. Pedro eventually had his posthumous queen buried in an exquisitely carved tomb. 10 years later, he was buried next to her. He said that at the last judgment, he
Hi.
and Inez would look upon each other as they rose from their
Yeah.
graves, and that they would be together until the end of the world. Christina Abraham's daughter, Queen of Sweden, was a Finnish woman of unknown parentage. At 24, she met 54-year-old King Carl VIII of Sweden. Carl had been deposed from his throne and gone into exile in Finland, at the time part of the Swedish Empire. The pair began an affair, and a year later, Carl brought Christina with him when he returned to Sweden to reclaim his throne. King Carl had been married twice to noble women and had 10 children, but his second wife and all 5 of his sons died of bubonic plague. Only the 5 daughters survived. At the time, no one thought a woman could rule, so Carl didn't have an heir. He was overjoyed when Christina gave birth to a son, Carl. She also had a daughter, Anna, but no one was much concerned about her. As King Carl lay dying with Christina by his side, he called for a priest to wed them. He married his mistress in order to legitimize their son and made him heir. Christina was proclaimed Queen of Sweden and became Dowager Queen days later when Carl died. Prince Carl was only 5, and his mother had little political power to push his claim to the throne. The king's son-in-laws and other royal relatives fought over the crown, and eventually Carl's nephew was made regent. Little is known of what became of Queen Christina or her children. She must have gone quietly as she lived to the age of 60. Her brief tenure as Queen of Sweden consigned to the footnotes of history.
Hi, we're opening my window because I am disgustingly nauseous. Yeah, I do have coffee. I drink black coffee just because I'm not sure, but it does help with my nausea, and I have a lot of nausea, and I taste so much hairspray in my mouth right now, and just overall not doing great, and my heart is like thumping really hard because it's like we're having anxiety, Avery. We're having anxiety, Avery. We're having anxiety, Avery. Why are you awake, Avery? Why? And then it's making me nauseous, and it's making my stomach be like, we're going to vomit. Stop it.
Henry 7 years of legal battle and eventually splitting England from the Catholic Church to secure himself in the moment.
And my whole room smells like hairspray, so we're gonna open the window, let some nice cold air in. Oh, what are they doing now? I'm sorry, I got to spy on my neighbors. What the fuck are they doing? That's a new sign.
Understand her hold over Henry.
Is it being condemned?
Especially fervent Catholics accused her
What
of
in hell?
witchcraft.
It looks like they took. Okay. It looks like they took the supports for the porch off.
To secure King Francis I's support.
It looks like they took the big supports that support this porch for this little house. It's very cute. And now it's just being held up by plywood, like they're replacing it. And then the house has like a yellow sign on it that I don't think was there before. But you know, they leave me alone. They stopped yelling and they started leaving me alone. So I have to be nice to these people. I mean the whole street, not just those people, but you know. Anyway, let's open my window. Nice and big and warm. I'm going to vomit. Hopefully no birds or cats or frogs or squirrels come in. My window's open now. I lost count. Because I'm also doing a big project at the moment that's slowly becoming less secretive. But you know, I'm still keeping it very to my chest because I'm recording all of it and then I'm releasing it slowly, and then I'm recording all of the second half and third half and then releasing those slowly. So yeah. Oh, that feels better. Oh, that feels better. It feels so much better. Let's hope no birds or squirrels or animals come in, because I know a lot of birds and squirrels and animals around, and they're not pets, and they know me, and they like me, and so they might see the window, and they might go, ooh, which would be bad.
Jane's mother Marjorie had given birth to 10 children, so the king was optimistic about her fecundity. Some historians speculate that Henry and Jane may have slept together after Anne's downfall was certain, but before she was actually dead. Jane being pregnant may explain why the couple wed so quickly, though that could also be explained by Henry's brash and callous personality. After their wedding in May 1536, Jane is known to have suffered a miscarriage at Christmas before conceiving of the future King Edward VI in January, but she may have suffered an earlier miscarriage shortly after the wedding. Jane succeeded in giving Henry VIII a male heir, but she failed to remain queen for long. She died of childbirth
How are we?
12 days after birth.
Good.
Henry's next consort was a political bride, Anne of Cleves. She certainly wasn't a mistress beforehand. In fact, it is likely that because of their lack of chemistry and his impotence, they didn't sleep together at all. Instead, the king was seen frequently climbing into the bed of her 16-year-old she was not a virgin, having been raped by her music teacher years earlier. Worse, she was actively carrying out an affair with Henry's favorite courtier, which she may have been coerced into. When news of the queen's adultery reached the king, he was devastated and refused to see her again. She was even more devastated that she was sentenced to death and beheaded in London at just 18. Henry VI's and final wife, Catherine Parr, was another English lady, but as she was more of a nursemaid and companion than a lover to the elderly king, she is not considered to have been his mistress. Karin Moonstoker, Queen of Sweden, was the daughter of a prison guard. She worked as a waitress in a tavern owned by a court musician. That's where King Eric XIV first spotted the remarkably beautiful 15-year-old and took her as his lover. The 32-year-old king had courted a number of foreign royals, including Elizabeth I of England, but he had far more interest in Catherine. He dismissed his other mistresses and gave her clothes and jewels befitting a queen and an honored place by his side at court. She was granted royal apartments and servants, including her former employer, the court musician. And most luxurious of all,
Hi.
he brought in a tutor to teach her how to read and write. The court was astonished by the elevation of the royal mistress, and rumors circled that she was using witchcraft and love potions to enchant the king. Catherine had been betrothed to a young naval officer before she met Eric. The king lured the young man to court and murdered him. Eric was mentally unstable, and Catherine was the only one who could calm him down when he flew into a rage. His family approved of her gentle influence, but they were scandalized when he chose to marry her. She was crowned queen, and their two young children, Sigrid and Gustav, were presented as a prince and princess. Politicians came to Catherine to court influence with the king, and she tried to stem his violent urges. But as he spiraled further out of control, she was blamed. King Eric's erratic violence finally culminated in the execution of the entire noble Stur family. The king had had enough. He was imprisoned, and his brother Johann III seized the throne. Catherine and their children were locked up with Eric at Turku Castle in Finland. She chastised her husband for his
No,
good
Mr.
deeds
Bird.
and landing him
I
in
love
prison.
you. You're very
She
cute.
inherited two more children there, but both died.
Bird just jumped
Two
on
of
the
queen's
AC unit
former
like,
servants
ooh, I can
hatched
go
a
in
daring
there.
plot to rescue the deposed king and queen, but they were discovered and executed. Finally, the couple were separated to prevent the birth of any more children who might someday pose a threat to the new royal regime. Catherine and her children were placed under house arrest in Finland. 4 years later, Henry's guards, following orders from King Johann, fed him a bowl of beef soup laced with arsenic. He died Russia, Marta was spotted by Tsar Peter the Great's closest friend, who knew that she was just to the emperor's taste. He introduced her to the Tsar, and sure enough, they became lovers.
Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa might be her best kept secret. Slow cooked, responsibly raised beef, seasoned with garlic and cumin, hand shredded for pork tenderness. Chipotle's braised beef barbacoa. If you know, you know.
The President's Day sale, save up to $600 on beauty rest pack. Get matched at Mattress Firm, sleep at night.
If you feel like you're on the wrong road with your finances, Credit Karma can help you push through to a better place.
With personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more, so you can find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on.
Medical students always do study, so I use Grammarly for short hours. One of the biggest things I use it for in grad school is writing emails that need to sound a little bit more professional. Their AI has some really cool tools that help you brainstorm more ideas or identify gaps in your essay. And they also have an auto citation feature that saves a lot of time when you're writing papers. A lot of time. And the best part is you can sign up to try Grammarly for free.
I will be back in a sec.
Youth, Peter's mother had arranged his marriage to a political bride, Eudoxia Lupitaina. They had 3 sons, but only one survived childhood. Peter and Eudoxia never got along. He grew to hate her and her conservative boyar family. The Tsar was fascinated by the growing Enlightenment movement in Western Europe. He traveled throughout Europe incognito, visiting the courts of King Louis XV of France, William III of England, and others. When he returned to Russia, he was bent on westernizing his vast empire. He was so enthusiastic about being clean-shaven that he taxed beards. He divorced his estranged wife. He wanted to end all arranged marriages, which were the norm among the Russian elite. He thought the practice was barbaric and led to domestic violence, as the partners usually resented each other. He secretly married the woman he truly loved, his mistress, Marta. She converted to Orthodoxy and took the Russian name Yekaterina, anglicized to Catherine. Together they had 12 children, only 2 survived childhood. While the Tsar was building his great western city of St. Petersburg, he and Catherine lived in a 3-room log cabin. She cooked and cared for the children, and he tended the garden just like an ordinary couple. During a war with the Ottoman Empire, Peter was defeated. Catherine suggested that rather than surrender, he use her jewelry to bribe the Ottomans into allowing the Russian army to retreat. The plan worked, and Catherine saved the empire and thousands of lives. Peter rewarded her by marrying her publicly and having her crowned Tsarina. Tsar Peter died at 52 from gangrene of the bladder. His only surviving children were 2 daughters, Anna and Elizabeth, so he had not declared an heir. Catherine organized a coup and had herself declared ruler of Russia. She sought out her 4 siblings in Poland, brought them to Russia, and created them a count and countesses. She also had Peter's ex-wife, Eudoxia, imprisoned to make sure she wouldn't pose a threat. As Russia was briefly at peace, she reduced military spending and cut taxes on peasants, earning her their love. But after only 2 years on the throne, Empress Catherine died of a lung abscess at 43. She was the first woman to rule Russia, but she wouldn't be the last. After years of confusion over who should occupy the throne, her daughter Elizabeth seized power in Ashcombe. Her mother's grandmother was Alice Keppel, one of King Edward VII's many mistresses. Camilla had a happy upper-class childhood, was an avid reader, and took writing lessons. She attended finishing school in Switzerland and studied French in Paris. In 1965, she was a debutante and moved to London to work as a secretary. She was fired from one job for coming in late after spending the night out dancing. She had an on-off relationship with Andrew Parker Bowles for several years. They broke up in 1970, and Andrew began dating Princess Anne. Camilla and the royals were in the same social circles, and she formally met Charles at a party in 1971. They began dating and met each other's families. In 1973, Charles was sent overseas with the Navy, and his relationship with Camilla ended abruptly. It's not clear exactly why. It may be that Charles wasn't ready to settle down, but more likely they were broken up by members of the royal family who felt Camilla was not as suitable as the queen. Charles's uncle, Mountbatten, was
Hello.
fond of towards his granddaughter, Amanda Notchwell, while the queen mum favored her Spencer girls, granddaughters of her lady in waiting. Camilla married Edward Bowles, and they had two children, Tom and Laura. In 1979, Lord Mountbatten was assassinated by the IRA. Charles was grief-stricken and moved on Camilla's support. Andrew approved of his wife's affair with the prince, and he had lovers of his own throughout their marriage. Charles finally bowed to family pressure and married the woman handpicked for him, Diana Spencer. He had denied having spent the night before his wedding with Camilla, but they picked up their affair shortly after he returned from his disastrous honeymoon. When their adultery was splashed on the tabloids, Camilla became infamous as the other woman. Camilla and Andrew divorced in 1984, and Charles and Diana in 1996. A year later, while in Paris with her boyfriend, Egyptian millionaire Tony Fayed, Diana was killed in a car crash. Her death shocked and saddened the whole community. Charles and Camilla kept things quiet in the wake of Diana's tragic death. Slowly, she began to be seen with him at public events. In 2005, Charles and Camilla finally led a civil ceremony. The marriage was controversial, but the Queen and the government approved. As Charles's wife, Camilla was technically Princess of Wales, but as the title was associated with Princess Diana, she used the lesser title Duchess of Cornwall. There was speculation about what Camilla would be called once Charles became king, but over the years she has become more accepted as a member of the royal family. On September 8, 2022, Elizabeth died, and her son became King Charles III. The palace's announcement of the Queen's death confirmed that Camilla would be Queen Consort. There have been a handful of fascinating royal mistresses who almost became queen. Let me know in the comments if you would like to see a video on them in the future. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, comment your thoughts, and check out my other royal history videos. If you really want to help, please consider supporting me on Patreon. A link is in the description. Thank you for watching.
Does anyone have thoughts on last week's reading? Oh, Mr. Cox.
What you... Oh, top man. Thank you so much. Carry on.
King Charles II's mistresses. Thank you to PayPal Honey for sponsoring this video. Charles II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland from 1660 to 1685, is one of the most notorious Lotharios in history. The swarthy sovereign started early and continued making love, sometimes multiple times a day, until the week he died at 34. His court was famous for its children saw their offspring elevated to the peerage. Let's meet the 14 known mistresses of King Charles II. Christabella Wyndham's father was a Puritan who was arrested for insulting King Charles I. Christabella was a famous beauty and overcame her family's disgrace by marrying a royalist member of parliament. When the king's eldest son, Prince Charles, was born in 1630, it was feared that he would be corrupted if he drank the blasphemous breast milk of his Catholic mother, of France. So, as was tradition, the infant prince was handed over to a wet nurse, Christabella Wyndham. At the prince's baptism, she was gifted a chain of rubies from Queen Marie de Medici of France, Charles's maternal grandmother. Christabella remained Charles's caring nurse and raised him until the age of 5, when she left the royal court. Meanwhile, King Charles I got into a dispute with Parliament over who could raise taxes, which resulted in the English Civil War. His Majesty's Cavaliers and the parliamentarian Roundheads fought bloody battles for 9 years. In the midst of the conflict, the king sent his 15-year-old son and heir, Charles, Prince of Wales, to represent him at the Cavalier stronghold of Bridgewater Garrison, which was under the command of Christabella Wyndham's husband. The prince was reunited with his former wet nurse, and they began a romantic relationship. Today, we might consider Christabella as Charles's abuser rather than his first mistress. But 17th century morality didn't see it that way. The affair was scandalous, not because he was so young and Christabella was at least 16 years his senior, or because she had been his wet nurse, but because they showed affection in public, including Mrs. Wyndham diving across the room and covering his face with kisses. The prince's royal minders strongly objected to his youthful rebellion. Christabella and Charles parted ways, but she used his affection for her for many years to gain promotions for her husband. Christabella lived to the age of 90. As the tides of war turned against his father, Charles, his mother and siblings, fled for the continent. There the prince moved back and forth between the courts of his first cousin, King Louis XIV of France, and his sister's legal husband, William II, Prince of Orange, ruler of the Netherlands, trying to gain support for his father's war. Lucy Walter was born into Welsh gentry. She had no formal education but received etiquette lessons. When she was 10, her parents separated and her mother took her and her 2 brothers to London. After a long legal battle with their father, the family was broke. A politician recorded that he had purchased 17-year-old Lucy's virginity for 40 gold coins. Next, she set sail alone for the Dutch Republic in the hopes of finding a wealthy lover. She managed to charm her way into 18-year-old Prince Charles's bed while he was visiting the Dutch court in May of 1638. They had another whirlwind liaison during a visit in September. In April 1649, Lucy gave birth to a son, James. Charles acknowledged the baby as his first illegitimate child. In 1649, King Charles I finally lost the English Civil War. He was arrested, put on trial, and beheaded. His family and much of Europe were horrified, and his eldest son was now considered King Charles II by royalists. But he remained in exile as Parliamentarian General Oliver Cromwell took over the country and declared himself Lord Protector. Lucy left her son in the care of a wet nurse and went to France to see Charles. He soon left for Scotland to raise support to try and retake the throne. While Lucy was gone, her baby was kidnapped and was missing for 10 days, but was later found. She became paranoid about his safety. She loved her son, but also recognized that he was her ticket to a better life. She brought him to Paris and set out to find a she married a baronet, then disappeared from history. Barbara Villiers was born into a wealthy family. Her father, a viscount, spent his considerable fortune outfitting a regiment in support of King Charles I. Had the king won the Civil War, the viscount would have been richly rewarded, but instead he was killed in battle, and his family was
How are
badly
we?
impoverished.
I hope we're
While Barbara
well.
was growing up, her family would secretly toast the health of Charles in exile each year on his birthday. Barbara grew into a great beauty, tall, voluptuous, with masses of brunette hair, slanting, heavy-lidded violet eyes, alabaster skin, and a sensuous, silky mouth. But her lack of salary dampened her marriage prospects. She fell in love with the Earl of Chesterfield, but he left her to marry a wealthier woman. Instead, she wed Irish Catholic Baron Roger Palmer, and his father predicted that she would make him miserable. Pimple Patch. This Mighty Patch Pimple Patches reveal clear-looking skin overnight. Pimple, meet your Mighty Patch.
Do you know Cheez-It made extra toasty? Of course. Want it? Need it? Cheez-It.
Sir Cromwell died in 1658, and his son was bisexual. Word around London was that Parliament was considering inviting the prodigal prince back to monarchy. In 1659, a group of supplicants, including Roger and Barbara Palmer, set sail for Europe to ingratiate themselves with the soon-to-be sovereign. Barbara became Charles's lover and soon surpassed all others, becoming his mistress und teacher, or chief mistress. When Charles returned triumphantly to England to retake the throne, Barbara was with him. The new king awarded Barbara 2 pennies on every pound of silver mint coin, making her a very rich woman. And for looking the other way, he granted her
It's
husband
almost
the
like
title of Earl
I don't want you to fucking know me
stipulation
because you are an asshole to me repeatedly and now multiple live streams and you come in here to be a fucking dick. You're hard to figure out. What the fuck are you trying to do? Murder me in my sleep? Seems like a statement like you're trying to murder me in my fucking sleep. You're hard to figure out. You're not my boyfriend. You're not my therapist. You are not my parents. You are not my girlfriend. You are nobody to me. You are an asshole on the internet who sits there and says weird statements like you're hard to figure out. Motherfucker, you don't need to figure me out. You guys know what I want you to know. And guess what? So much of my like upper personality where I am just a like narcissistic bitch is completely fake. It's fake. Like completely. It's not real. I don't believe those things about me. You know why? Because I made it up. Because people are assholes. I mean, on the internet, and I can sit here and go, I'm fucking amazing. 1,000 million fucking times. It makes them mad, and then they're mad for an actual reason, and not mad at me because I'm a girl and a bunch of other stuff.
She was as fun-loving as her benefactor.
Also, just the statement "you're hard to figure out" sounds like you're trying to track me down and psychologically just like pick me apart so you can murder me in my sleep. That is a murderous ass statement. I am just a person on the internet to you. I am not your friend. Jesus fucking Christ. I love my fans, I really do, and I don't got a lot of them, and I appreciate every single one of them, but statements like "you're hard to figure out" and people being generally assholes for no apparent reason to me simply because what? You don't like me? You don't like this person? And then people continuing to harass me through live streams and stuff, knowing damn well you can't block people on fucking YouTube. I don't like you people. I will be bitches to you. You comment asshole shit, I'm gonna comment asshole shit back. I don't care about you. I don't need to care about you because guess what? You are literally just being a dick. There's no real reason for me to be like a positive individual to these people being assholes to me all the time.
Sell it for bricks. She reconciled with the king, and he spent an evening in
Statements like that are creepy as fuck.
The 45-year-old Duchess began an affair with an actor.
I am a 18-year-old girl on the fucking internet. Just trying to be a good example for people and a positive person for people, and then people come in here and they are just awful. And they say weird shit.
She had him prosecuted for bigamy after she discovered that he had married an heiress 2 weeks before he wed her. Barbara died of dropsy at the age of 68. With so many mistresses running around, the king probably pulled their names from time to time and just called them by a few 17th century terms of endearment. Some pet names popular in the Stuart era, like cabbage, moppet, and duck, have fallen out of fashion. But others, like sugar, sweetheart, and darling, have been around since the Middle Ages and continue to be used today. Honey was first recorded as a term of endearment in the 1300s. So it's the perfect name for a shopping app that I love nearly as much as Charles II loved Barbara Villiers. PayPal Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America. It's a little button that sits at the top of your browser. Whenever you're about to buy something, Honey automatically searches for promo codes to help you save money. When there's a coupon, Honey finds discounts of 18% on average. It works on tons of shopping sites you're already using.
Okay, but the statement "you're hard to figure out" is creepy. It's objectively creepy. It's meaning you are trying to find out information of me in my head. Whether you're taking it serious or not, that is a creepy ass statement. Okay? And I get a lot of really, really, really creepy stuff like that. Especially when my views I don't need to respond. Well, then when I don't respond to them, they throw tantrums. And we've seen this happen. We've seen people, full-blown grown adults, throw tantrums in my comment section. Because I won't talk to them.
During a New Year's Eve ball, the child was likely the king's, but he didn't claim it. He did grant Winifred £2,000 and later another £2,000 as a wedding present, and she married Edward. She remained in Queen Catherine's service for 7 years after the king's death. Frances Stuart had the distinction of not being one of Charles's mistresses, but that's not the pride on his heart. Her father was court physician to Charles's mother, and she was a lady-in-waiting to both Henrietta Maria and Catherine of Organza. She was considered the greatest beauty at court, but was also noted for her childish silliness.
Okay,
Charles admired her
I don't
greatly,
always
though
reply
she
though. I
refused
really
to
don't.
sleep with him unless they were married.
I
Much
get
like Henry
annoyed
VIII
when
and
these
Diane,
grown
Charles
adults
considered
throw
divorcing
tantrums like
his
5-year-olds.
first Catherine to marry Francis.
But I don't always reply. I really
She
don't.
instead married the king's cousin, Charles Stuart, Duke of both Richmond and Lennox. They had no children, likely because the king often sent his cousin away on diplomatic missions, so he could continue to attempt to seduce his wife. In 1669, Francis was infected
Yes,
with
a basement with a
smallpox.
giant
She
window.
survived, but
That
her
makes
beautiful
sense.
face was
Sir, how
disfigured.
old do you think
The
I
king
am?
stopped trying to get her into bed, but they remained close friends. Francis
Also,
Stuart
do you
died
think
at
my
55.
mom has a job? I have a
Mary
dad.
Queen of Scots was the daughter
He
of a
works.
colonel. Her remarkable beauty won her a place at court
He works
and
from
in the
home.
king's bed.
The
She was
same home
one
I
of
live in
12 Windsor
with my mother
beauties. A set of portraits
and other
painted by
people.
court artist Sir Peter Lely to immortalize the most beautiful women of King Charles's court. Barbara Villiers and Frances Stuart were also numbered among
Yes, trust me, I am not old enough that living with your parents is a bad thing.
At least that we know of.
Also, it's really annoying that we think in America that like living with your parents past the age of like 18 is the worst thing to ever happen, because in so many other cultures that are doing much better than us, people live with their parents often until like they're married. And then people come in here and they're like, "Ah, do you live with your parents?" Yes, I live with my parents. Like, it's not the end of the world. Trust me, I don't want to live here. But I also did not have resources to, you know, leave my entire life.
Fruit were paid to deliver notes from wealthy patrons to solicit actresses backstage. Nell's beauty and wit made her a standout, and she was hired as an actress. Acting was a grueling job in those days. Because so few people could afford tickets, theaters had to mount 50 different productions in a 9-month season to keep material fresh, like scrolling through real-life Netflix. Actors were required to memorize numerous scripts back to back, and Nell was illiterate. She managed to memorize her lines all the same, and became a fixture of the stage. She was particularly skilled in comic roles, and was dubbed Pretty Witty Nell. She was willing to have
I'm hungry.
affairs with the theater's wealthy clientele.
I'll be right back.
In 1665, bubonic plague decimated London, and theaters were shuttered. King Charles hired several members of the Royal Theatre Company, including Nell, to keep him entertained at his country palaces. When theaters reopened, Nell's star continued to climb. One of the king's advisors wanted to supplant his mistress, Barbara Palmer, and approached Nell about seducing the king. Nell was seated in a box next to His Majesty while watching a performance, and Charles was far more interested in flirting with her than in the show. Afterward, he invited Nell out to dinner with his entourage. They had a marvelous time until the king realized that he hadn't brought any money, and Nell had to foot the bill. She continued to act as she didn't expect the royal affair to last, but last it did for 17 years.
I'm back.
Nell
Couldn't
gave
find a
birth to
snack.
2 sons, Charles and James. She was his favorite commoner mistress, while French aristocrat Louise du Carrois became the main mistress at court. The two were polar opposites. Louise was prim and proper, while Nell was a crack wit and loved to gamble and swear. Nell called Louise Squintabella and Weeping Willow. While riding in her carriage, Nell was mistaken for Catherine Louise. She stuck her head out the window and yelled to the crowd, "You are mistaken. I am the Protestant whore." Nell retired from the theater, and Charles gave her a townhouse in London and 2 country houses where she frequently entertained him.
Create your own sunshine with the new Jergens Natural Glow Brightening Daily Moisturizer. And embrace a gradual tan infused with coconut oil and antioxidants. Nourish and brighten every day. That's the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Out of my way, pigeons. I get Uber credits back on my rides because I am a student.
We do too.
I wonder if I can get my mom to make pancakes. Would be really good.
Science that matters.
I can make pancakes on my own, but if I try, she's going to get upset.
Assets on motion array.
Where she frequently entertained him. The king commissioned a nude portrait of Nell and had it hung behind the landscape, which he swung back to
How
show
are we?
eager guests the beautiful body of his mistress. While on his deathbed, King Charles told his brother James, "Let not poor Nellie starve." 2 years later, Nell, only 37, suffered a stroke, which She died a few months later, syphilis. Louise de Querouaille was born into a noble French family. She was a lady-in-waiting to Charles II's youngest sister, Henrietta, who was wed to King Louis XIV's younger brother, Philippe, Duc d'Orléans. Louise's family threw her in the
Hello.
French king in the hopes that she might become a royal mistress, but she failed to gain his attention. While on a journey to England, Henrietta died suddenly at 26, leaving her lady, Louise, unprovided for. King Charles offered her a place as a lady-in-waiting to his own wife. Louise hid her cleverness and strong will behind her childlike beauty, and before long she had the king wrapped around her finger. She replaced Barbara Palmer as his new maitresse en titre. But while Barbara Palmer
Be
had
back
been
in a
cruel
sec.
to Queen
Look at
Catherine,
her, the door
Louise was
open.
always respectful towards the queen. Charles granted her incredible gifts, estates, and sums of money, made her son Charles Duke of Richmond and Lennox, and created Louise Duchess of Portsmouth in her own right. The king called her Fubs, an endearment meaning chubby, and he christened the HMY Fubs in her honor. Louis XIV created Louise Duchess of Aubigny and sent her a pair of diamond earrings worth an astonishing sum, all in the understanding that she would promote French interests at the English court. For this, she was hated by the English. During the Popish plot, England fell into hysteria that Catholics were planning to take over the country. 22 people were executed, but Louise's kindness towards Queen Catherine finally paid off when it was the queen who protected her from wrongful persecution. Louise had an excellent understanding of Charles's character and was able to hold her position for 14 years, as other mistresses came and went. On his deathbed, he instructed his brother, do well by Portsmouth. But during his reign, fervor against Catholics grew, and Louise was forced to flee to France, where she was supported by Louis XIV. She died in 1734, age 85. Mary Mall Davis was the illegitimate daughter of the Earl of Berkshire. At 15, she became an actress. She met the king at a theater or in a coffee house and became his lover. She flaunted the fine carriage, clothes, and ring he gifted her, and gained a reputation for vulgarity and greed. Mall gave birth to a daughter, Mary, who was claimed by the king. But her rival in both acting and romance, Nell Gwynn, invited Mall to tea hours before Mall had a date with His Majesty. Nell served tea cakes laced with laxatives, and the resulting indigestion cooled the king's passions. As the king's former mistress, her acting career flourished. She continued to appear in royal command performances for years to come. She married a French composer and lived to the age of 60. Hortense Mancini was born in Italy. She and her 4 sisters were all renowned beauties at the court of Louis XIV. Charles met her while in exile and proposed marriage. However, her uncle refused the offer as he didn't believe the young man had good prospects. He regretted his decision when Charles regained the English throne a few months later. Her uncle offered a sizable dowry. The newly minted English king declined to make Hortense his queen. 15-year-old Hortense was instead wed to Armand de la Meilleraye, one of the richest men in Europe, but the couple were miserable. Hortense was bright, social, and had love affairs with men and women. Armand was mentally unstable and so jealous that he locked his wife up in a convent. She escaped and had affairs with both King Louis and the Duke's boy, who gave her a house in the French Alps. When the Duke died, his widow turned Hortense out, and her husband seized her money. She set sail for England with the plan to seduce her former paramour, King education won the admiration of the English court. She liked to dress as a man, and many ladies, including Queen Catherine, took to this fashion. Hortense briefly displaced Louise de Caraway, who became extremely jealous. But Hortense's promiscuity cooled the king's desires. She had an affair with Charles's own daughter by Barbara Palmer, 17-year-old Anne. The lesbian lovers had a fencing match in St. James Park, wearing only their nightgowns. Anne's husband sent her to a convent, and Charles dismissed Hortense, but granted her a house and a pension, and they remained friends. She had an affair with playwright Aphra Bean, and was one of the first women to publish her memoirs. Hortense died at 53. Her jealous husband, Armand, was finally able to control her in death. He purchased her body from her creditors and carted it around with him. She was eventually laid to rest in the Mazarin family tomb. Elizabeth Jones was the eldest daughter of an Irish earl who was impeached for embezzling government funds. Her mother was an incredibly wealthy heiress, daughter of a governor of Barbados who had made a fortune in the slave trade. In her late teens, Elizabeth became one of King Charles's last mistresses. In 1684, she wed the Earl of Kildare. The nuptials netted the Earl an impressive dowry of £10,000. Elizabeth lived to 93 and was buried in Westminster Abbey.
Don't judge me, I got a chunk of chocolate.
A mysterious illness brought down the ever-virile 54-year-old king in less than a week, shocking his court.
This
It
is
now
crochet.
suspected he suffered liver damage while experimenting with mercury as part of his chemistry hobby. Despite his lifelong lusty libido, the king didn't have a single legitimate child to take the throne. Queen Catherine had suffered 3 miscarriages, but bore no living children. This meant that Charles's heir was his younger brother James, but he was a Catholic and very unpopular. Many would rather see one of Charles's 13 illegitimate children on the throne instead. And in next week's video, we'll meet them. Don't want to wait to see the next episode? Patrons get exclusive early access to almost all of my multi-part series on Patreon early. If you would like to become a patron and help me make more fascinating history videos, check out the link in the description.
Twice the fun, but twice the cost. Huh. We could get up to $40,000 on a fixed rate with Discover. That could help us get ready for the twins and more. See life's big expenses in a whole new light with Discover Personal Loans.
King Charles II's illegitimate children. Charles II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland from 1660 to 1685, is one of the most notorious Lotharios in history. He loved the ladies and took both noble women and popular actresses to bed, often multiple times a day, and the ladies were certainly up for it. In addition to enjoying the charming sovereign's company, they also enjoyed the gifts, estates, and noble titles he lavished upon them and their children. Last week, we met Charles's 14 known mistresses. Today, we'll meet the results of all that sexual behavior. His 13 recognized illegitimate children. The king was far from a deadbeat dad. To his sons, he granted dukedoms and earldoms, and for his daughters, he arranged marriages to the wealthiest noble bachelors. The king personally populated a new generation of English peers. But despite his lusty libido, Charles didn't have a single legitimate child to carry the throne. When he died,
More fun than my grandma.
brother became King James II. Many in James Scott. He was born to 18-year-old Welsh noble lady Lucy Walter. He was placed in the care of a wet nurse while his mother pursued his father around Europe. By the time James was 8, his parents had broken up, and the prince wanted custody. He had his son kidnapped and placed in the care of Baron William Crofts. James used the surname Crofts from then on. His mother died shortly after of venereal disease. Back in England, King Charles I lost the Civil War and his head. Prince Charles was now considered King Charles II in exile, but in reality, parliamentarian General Oliver Cromwell had taken over England. He claimed the title Lord Protector, but he ruled very much like a king. He was a Puritan and cracked down on the nation's morality, closing theaters and brothels, ordering everyone to remain sober, and even canceling Christmas. Cromwell died in 1658, and his son was ineffectual. By 1660, the English decided to end the Republican experiment, and they invited the prodigal prince back to reform the monarchy as King Charles II. The new king brought his 13-year-old eldest son with him, created him Duke of Monmouth, and appointed him a Knight of the Garter. Days after his 14th birthday, he was married to wealthy Scottish heiress Anne Scott, who was only 12, and the Countess of Buccleuch in her own right. The king elevated them both to Duke and Duchess of Buccleuch. James took his wife's family name of Scott. At 16, he served under his uncle, James Duke of York, in the Anglo-Dutch Wars. He proved to be a talented soldier and rose through the ranks with only a slight nudge from nepotism. He led several successful campaigns and gained a reputation as one of Britain's finest soldiers. The king commanded that all military orders be brought first to his son, making him effective commander of the military. James acquired Moor Park Mansion and became Chancellor of Cambridge University. He had 6 children with his wife and at least 3 others with mistresses. Meanwhile, Charles's wife, Queen Catherine of Braganza, had 3 miscarriages. It seemed likely that she would never give the king a legitimate heir, and the people began to worry about the ascension of the next in line to the throne, Charles's younger brother, James, Duke of York. He had publicly converted to Catholicism, and the Protestant people were not interested. Many looked to James, Duke of Monmouth, as a possible alternative monarch. He had a lot going for him. He was Protestant, a celebrated war hero, and had a house full of sons to inherit the throne after him, while his uncle only had 2 daughters.
God damn it.
Popularity
Didn't even
among
touch
people
you.
ruffled so many royal feathers that he was forced to go into exile in
Ugh.
the Netherlands.
I
He got
opened
tangled up
one
in a Rye
thing.
House plot, which aimed to assassinate
Alright,
his
I'm gonna go
father.
get water again.
Monmouth claimed that his mother had been secretly married to the king, thus making him a legitimate heir, and said he had proof of the nuptials, though he never produced it. Meanwhile, the Duke of York spread rumors that Monmouth wasn't even the king's son at all, but the product of his mother's affair with the son of the Earl of Leicester. When King Charles died in 1685, his brother did inherit the throne and was deeply unpopular. Monmouth declared himself the rightful king, sailed 3 ships to England, and raised an army to march against his uncle. He met the royal forces at the Battle of Sedgemoor. Monmouth's ragtag rebels were no match for the regular army. His men who were not killed in battle were hanged or deported to the Caribbean. Monmouth escaped the battle and went on the run, but a reward for £5,000 was put on his head. The king's men tracked him down 2 days later, hiding in a ditch covered in brambles. King James granted an audience to his nephew, who begged for his life, and even offered to convert to Catholicism, but the king informed him coldly that he must prepare to die. 36-year-old
fields that they're already working in, and they bring that expertise to us. You feel prepared when you're leaving the school.
Prince was buried in the church of St. Peter at Vicula in the Tower of London, near the remains of Anne Boleyn, Catherine Howard, and other victims of the tower. During renovations in 2012, his bones were exhumed and his DNA tested, proving once and for all that he was the son of King Charles II. Many of his 9 children married other prominent nobles and became fixtures of the British peerage. One of his descendants, Lady Alice Scott, married King George V's son, Prince Henry, with whom she had Prince Richard, Duke of Gloucester, Queen Elizabeth II's first cousin. Charlotte Fitzroy was Charles's second recognized illegitimate child. She was named Charlotte, the feminine version of Charles, and given the surname Fitzroy, Fitz meaning child of, Roy meaning king. This name has been used by illegitimate royal children since the Anglo-Saxon era. Charlotte was born in France while Charles was in exile. She was raised in England and Ireland by her mother and stepfather, Viscount Shannon. She married a playwright and had a daughter, Stuarta. After her first husband's death, her father arranged her marriage to William Paston, later the Earl of Yarmouth, with whom she had 4 more children. Charlotte died at 34 and was buried in Westminster Abbey, where her father would be laid to rest a year later. Charles Fitzcharles was the son of Catherine Peg and was born in France. He was sent to Spain to be educated and was known as Don Carlos. When he was 18, his father created him Earl of Plymouth. At 21, he wed Lady Bridget Osborne, daughter of the Duke of Leeds, Lord High Treasurer. They didn't have any children. In 1680, the Sultan of Morocco laid siege to Tangier. The port city had been given to King Charles by the Portuguese as part of his wife Catherine of Braganza's dowry. The younger Charles, now a colonel in the army, was sent at the head of a royal regiment to defeat the Sultan. Instead, he contracted dysentery in camp and died at the age of 23. The English were forced to surrender Tangier. Charles's body was taken back to London and laid to rest in Westminster Abbey. Catherine Fitzcharles was the second of Catherine Peg's children with the king. When the affair ended, her mother returned to England and married a baronet. Little is known about Catherine Fitzcharles, but she is believed to have become a Benedictine nun at Dunkirk Abbey in France. Her religious name was Sister Ophelia, and she lived to the impressive age of 101. Anne Palmer was the first of 5 children born to King Charles's greatest mistress, Barbara Villiers. According to legend, Anne was conceived on the night of Charles's coronation. This cannot be true, however, as she was already 2 months old on the day of the grand celebration, though she surely was conceived during the excitement of his restoration to the English throne after 11 years in exile. Both Barbara and King Charles claimed Anne was his, though many at the court noted how much she resembled another of Barbara's rumored lovers, the Earl of Chesterfield. At 13, Lady Anne was wed to Thomas Leonard, a gentleman of the king's bedchamber. On the same day, her 10-year-old sister, Charlotte, was betrothed to another of the king's favorites. Charles provided large dowries for both of his daughters and created Anne's groom, Earl of Sussex, and Charlotte's Earl of Lichfield. At 17,
I'm back.
Anne had an
I had to get water, and then I think I broke a tooth. Like one of my back wisdom teeth. It didn't get removed anyway. Because I think I have all 4. And then my top ones are kind of small, but I apparently broke one. So, which is like good, I guess, because I need to get them removed anyway. And I think it's gonna cost less money if I go in there with broken teeth, or just let it break more until it's like just a little root stuck in my gum and it like grows over. I don't need my teeth to be perfect. I just need them to be functional.
she was 27. Anne was widowed at 54 and died at 60. Charles Fitzroy was Barbara Palmer's second child and the king's third son. At birth, he was granted his legal father, the Earl of Castlemaine's subsidiary title, Lord Limerick. Barbara was Catholic and she had her son christened in the faith, but 6 days later, the king had him rechristened in the Church of England. At the age of 8, Charles was betrothed to Mary Wood, the only child and sole heiress of a wealthy baronet, but with the proviso that the marriage be delayed until Mary was 16. However, when her father died and she inherited his fortune, Barbara Palmer abducted Mary and raised her with her own children. At 13, Charles was created Duke of Southampton. At 15, he wed Mary Wood, but within months she died of smallpox, leaving her fortune to Charles. He waited another 17 years to marry again. At 32, he wed Anne Pulteney and they had 6 children. When his mother died in 1709, Charles, as her eldest son, inherited her dukedom, Cleveland. He died at 68 and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Henry Fitzroy was Barbara's third. At 9, he was married to 5-year-old heiress Isabel Bennet, Countess of Arlington. At the ceremony, diarist John Evelyn described Henry as exceedingly handsome, by far surpassing any of the king's other natural issue. He was created Earl of Euston. 3 years later, his father added the higher title Duke of Grafton. At 17, he was appointed a Knight of the Garter, and at 18, Colonel of the 50th Guards. He fought in the siege of Luxembourg. Henry got into an argument with a fellow officer and killed the man in a duel. This doesn't seem to have hurt his career, as he was soon appointed Vice Admiral of the Narrow Seas. After his father's death, Henry attended his uncle James's coronation and was named Lord High Constable. When James, Duke of Monmouth, rebelled against King James, Henry commanded royal troops against his half-brother. The Protestant English despised James, who had converted to Catholicism, but as his only surviving legitimate children, Mary and Anne, were both Protestant, the people just had to wait until James died. All that changed in 1688, when his second wife gave birth to a living son, James Francis Edward, who would supersede his sisters in the line of succession and become another Catholic king. Parliament wrote secretly to the king's eldest daughter, Princess Mary, and her husband, William of Orange, offering them the throne. Henry Fitzroy saw which way the wind was blowing. He abandoned his uncle and supported his cousins in taking over the country. King James fled to France, and William and Mary ruled as England's only joint monarchs. It was called the Glorious Revolution because royal power changed hands without bloodshed. But before long, James came back to reclaim his stolen crown. He rallied Catholic troops in Ireland, and Henry Fitzroy joined King William III's army against him. Henry was wounded in the storming of Cork and died at the age of 27. Some of his internal organs were removed and buried in Ireland, so his corpse could be preserved for transport back to England. Land that Henry, Duke of Grafton, had owned in the countryside outside of Dublin was later incorporated into the city. A country lane called Grafton Street thus became one of the main thoroughfares of the booming Irish metropolis. Henry is an ancestor of the prominent Spencer family, including World War II Prime Minister Winston Churchill and Lady Diana Spencer. Her son, Prince William, is expected to become king someday, and when he does, he will be the first direct descendant of King Charles II to sit on the throne.
With Revlon's one-step volumizer, beauty doesn't have to break the bank. You get salon quality, gorgeous results for a fraction of the price.
Charlotte was 18 when she became pregnant for the first time. Her father wrote to her, "I must tell you, I am glad to hear you are with child, and I hope to see you here before it be too long, that I may have the satisfaction myself of telling you how much I love you, and how truly I am your kind father, Charles Rex." Charlotte went on to have 18 children and inject a good bit of her father's DNA into the British upper class. She died at 53. A building was constructed right next to her house that would eventually be known as 10 Downing Street, the home of the British Prime Minister to this day. George Fitzroy, Barbara's last child by the king, was named Earl of Northumberland at 9 and then elevated to Duke of Northumberland at 18. He was described as a most worthy man, tall and black like his father the king. At 17, he was sent on a secret mission to Venice, Italy. Upon his return, he was installed as a Knight of the
How are
Garter.
we?
He commanded troops at the siege of Luxembourg. He was appointed a lord of His Majesty's bedchamber. At 23, he wed Catherine Wheatley, the daughter of a chicken farmer, but the marriage was not happy, and George tried to lock his wife up in a convent. He lived at Frogmore House at Windsor Castle, which continues to be used by the British royal family today. Years after his father's death, he served King William III and was appointed Constable of Windsor Castle and Lord Lieutenant of Surrey and of Berkshire. Under Queen Anne, he became a Lieutenant General in the Army and a member of the Queen's Privy Council. He was widowered at 59 and married Mary Dutton. George died a year later at the age of 50. He had no children. Charles Beauclerk was the first child born to actress Nell Gwynn. There are two legends about how Nell secured a peerage for her son. The first is that when the king came to visit Nell, she said, "Come here, you little bastard, and say hello to your father." When the king protested, she replied, "Your Majesty has given me no other name by which to call him." The other is that Nell held her son out a window and threatened to drop him unless he was granted a peerage. The king cried out, "God save the Earl of Burford." When Charles was 14, he was granted an even grander title, Duke of St. Albans, plus an allowance of £1,000 a year, about £160,000 today. He was appointed Chief Ranger of Enfield Chase and Master of Hawk. At 17, Charles became a colonel in the army. He fought under Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I at the siege of Belgrade. His mother died when he was 17, and he inherited her estate, including Burford House near Windsor Castle. At 24, he married Lady Diana de Vere, a famous beauty and daughter and sole heiress of the Earl of Oxford. They had 12 children together. Charles fought for William III at the Battle of Leyden and was appointed a gentleman of the bedchamber and Knight of the Garter. His liberal Whig sentiments held him back during the rule of conservative Queen Anne, but he was restored to favor under King George I. His wife Diana was appointed a lady of the bedchamber to Queen Caroline of Ansbach, wife to George II. Charles died in the spa town of Bath 2 days after his 56th birthday and was buried in Westminster Abbey. James was Nell Gwynn's second son. When his older brother was created Earl of Burford, James was granted the subsidiary title Lord Beauclerk, from which both boys derived their surname. James was sent to Paris to attend school. He died there at the age of 6 of an unknown illness. Charles Lennox was the youngest of the king's 8 sons and the only child born to his second maitresse en titre, or official mistress, Louise de Carouaille. The year he was born, the king's cousin, Charles Stuart, died without an heir. His noble titles had been in the Stuart family for generations, and Charles was pleased to have another son to pass them on to. Baby Charles was granted the English titles Duke of Richmond, Earl of March, and Baron sport, which is now popular worldwide, was invented only a few decades before his time. He sponsored the Sussex side in the first known great match, putting up 500 guineas in prize money, about £84,000 today. Charles had an illegitimate daughter named Renee by his mistress. Renee later became a mistress to her own half-uncle, Charles Beauclerk. Charles, Duke of Richmond and Lennox, died at the age of 50. Both Richmond County, New York, aka Staten Island, and Richmond County, Virginia, in the United States, were named in his honor. Like his half-brother, Henry Fitzroy, Charles is an ancestor of the Spencer family, and thus Prince William. He is also an ancestor of Camilla, the Queen Consort, Prince Andrew's ex-wife, Sarah Ferguson, and Game of Thrones actor Kit Harington. Mary Tudor was Charles's 13th and last recognized illegitimate child, and the daughter of actress Moll Davis. She grew up in a house near St. James Park and was surrounded by London's high society, artists, and thespians. No surprise then that she followed her mother's footsteps and took to the stage. She often entertained her father as part of many elaborate theatrical performances at court. At 9, she played Cupid in support of her mother's starring role as Venus in Venus and Adonis. The king signed a royal warrant granting Mary the surname Tudor in recognition of his own descent from Henry VIII's sister, Margaret Tudor. She also received the precedence of the daughter of the Duke, so she was addressed as Lady, plus an annual allowance of £1,500, about £240,000 today. At 21, she wed Edward Radcliffe, Earl of Derwentwater, and they had 4 children. The marriage was unhappy, and Mary, much like her father, was often unfaithful. During the reign of James II, Edward converted to Catholicism. He wanted Mary to do the same, but that was the final straw, and the couple separated. Edward died suddenly, and a week later, Mary wed Henry Graham, a member of Parliament. There were salacious rumors that the pair had been living together before Mary's first husband had died. Henry lost his position over the scandal and died himself 2 years later. Mary then wed Major James Rooke. She lived to the age of 53. Want even more tea on history? Check out the History Tea Time podcast, available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Google Podcasts. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, comment your thoughts, and check out my other royal history videos. If you really want to help, please consider supporting me on Patreon. A link is in the description. Thank you for watching.
She wanted to learn about the ordinary people of India, and this was really important to her. She wants to learn the language, and he gives her the everyday phrases, and she shows off. She loves showing off. She has these Indian princes coming. What better than casually use a Hindustani phrase?
What were the useful everyday phrases that he taught her?
Well, there were the standard things like, tea is too hot, or the egg is not boiled enough. But there were also intriguing phrases like, I will miss the
What
mushy
the
very
fuck
much.
is
And
happening?
hold me tight. Where did that come from?
That's very charming. Do you think you did hold it tight?
Buick, exceptional by design. wine, power, and women. During his 38-year reign, he went through 6 wives, and for them triggered seismic changes in the religious and political landscape of the nation. But who were the women for which this larger-than-life monarch's passion ran hot and cold? And who were they before, and in some cases after their fates were in the hands of this fearsome king? Here are the stories of the sixth Henry VIII. Catherine of Aragon. Catherine was the youngest child of Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon. The power couple who set in motion the unification of Spain, began the Spanish Inquisition, and launched Christopher Columbus's expedition to the New World. Young Catherine grew up with the influence of her powerful mother and learned how to be a queen. She was well educated in multiple disciplines, including literature, history, music, needlepoint, and of course, the Catholic religion. She spoke several languages and loved to read. At the age of 3, she was betrothed to Prince Arthur, heir to the English throne. They were an excellent political match, as in addition to Catherine's powerful Spanish family, she was a descendant of Edward III of England via his Lancastrian descendants, so her blood would bring legitimacy to the fledgling Tudor dynasty. At 16, the princess traveled to England to be married. Her large retinue of Spanish attendants included several African servants, thought to be some of the first Africans to arrive in London. Catherine was short in stature and had long red hair and wide blue eyes. She and Arthur struggled to communicate as neither spoke the other's language. The teenage newlyweds traveled to Ludlow Castle, Arthur's seat as Prince of Wales. The castle was damp and cold, and within a few months, both royals contracted the sweating sickness. Arthur died. Catherine recovered, but found herself a widow with an unclear future. Both her father and her father-in-law, King Henry VII, claimed it was the other's duty to support the dowager princess, so the once glamorous lady lived hand to mouth and had to dismiss many of her servants and sell her jewelry for food. Henry VII wanted to keep her large dowry and considered marrying the teenage princess himself, but Catherine's father refused. During this time of uncertainty, Catherine held the position of Spanish ambassador and was the first female ambassador in Europe. After 7 years in limbo as a widow, Henry VII died, and his son, now King Henry VIII, married Catherine on Midsummer's Day. The handsome and athletic new king was just 18, 5 years Catherine's junior, but he was very much in love with his intelligent and confident new bride. 7 months into their marriage, Catherine miscarried a baby girl. A year later, on New Year's Day, she gave birth to a son, Henry, Duke of Cornwall. The birth of the new heir was celebrated throughout the country. Bells were rung and fountains filled with wine. But the baby died after just 52 days of life from an intestinal malady. In 1513, Henry appointed Catherine regent while he went to war in France. During her regency, King James IV of Scotland invaded northern England, and Catherine, heavily pregnant, rode north in full armor at the head of the army. She gave a stirring speech and won the Battle of Flodden Field, defeating the Scots. King James was killed in battle, and Catherine sent Henry his blood-soaked coat as a trophy. A few days later, she went into premature labor and delivered a stillborn son. The next year, another stillbirth followed.
I'll be back
At
in a
30,
minute.
Catherine's prayers were finally answered, and she gave birth to a healthy child. However, Henry was disappointed that it was a daughter, Mary, not the heir he had hoped for. Catherine made pilgrimage to pray for a healthy son, but her 6th and 7th pregnancies also ended tragically. As time passed, Catherine focused on the prospects of her one living child, Mary, and encouraged her education. The Queen donated to several colleges and made educating women fashionable in England. But Henry still felt that a male heir was essential for cementing his fledgling dynasty. The last time a woman had attempted to rule England, Matilda, some 400 years earlier, she lost the throne in civil war. During Catherine's many grievous pregnancies, Henry philandered to his heart's content, with numerous ladies fathering at least one illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy. After 16 years of marriage, Catherine entered menopause, and Henry transferred his dynastic ambitions to a certain lady-in-waiting, Anne Boleyn. It was suggested to Catherine that she quietly retire to a nunnery to make widow and that such a couple would be childless. He pled with Pope Clement VII for an annulment, but the Pope was under siege from the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, who happened to be Catherine's nephew. Catherine asked that the legality of their marriage be tried in a public court, during which she proclaimed to everyone that her marriage to Prince Arthur had never been consummated and was therefore unlawful. This embarrassed and infuriated Henry, and the Pope declined to dissolve the marriage. So Henry used the
I
Protestant
just
movement to
haven't
make
changed
himself
it,
head
and I
of the
like
new Church
history
of
a
England.
lot.
He dissolved the monasteries and enriched himself by looting their wealth, much to
I
the
want to
horror
find
of the
more
devout
old
Catholics.
cartoons that I can put on without getting a copyright strike, which is hard because if I go through a streaming service, I think that's a copyright strike no matter what.
You'll have moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms after taking Humira or Remicade. Put them in check with Rinvoq, a once daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid
Yeah.
symptom relief.
Then I think a lot of people in that just follow me and pop in and out aren't the best educated. So if they can hear something about history, about Black history, women's history, anything like that, and they you're observing the information whether you want to or not. I I think that's really gonna do some good, honestly, long term for fans education wise. Because I am gonna incorporate a lot of education into my stuff without like being super like
Tell your doctor if you have these events, infection, have B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning, don't take if allergic or have an infection.
When you see it, check and keep it there.
not being like super look at this educational shit.
Gastroenterologist about Rinvoq.
In 1531, Catherine was exiled from court and her rooms were given to Anne. In her banishment, she confined herself to a single room, leaving only for mass. She wore a hair shirt and fasted continuously. Henry forbade Catherine and their daughter Mary to see each other, but sympathetic servants secreted letters between the two. Henry offered mother and daughter better accommodations and permission to see each other if they would acknowledge Anne as queen and denounce Mary's legitimacy and claim to the throne. Both refused. Catherine went to her death calling herself the king's one true wife. She died at the age of 50. Her post-mortem revealed a black growth on her heart, which launched rumors that Anne had had her predecessor poisoned. Anne and Henry both wore yellow when they received the news of Catherine's death, which was seen as a vulgar insult to the late queen. However, medical historians believe that the heart's discoloration was actually a sign of cancer. Henry did not attend the funeral of his first wife, and he forbade their daughter Mary from mourning her mother. Anne Boleyn. Anne was the daughter of Thomas Boleyn, Earl of Wiltshire, and Lady Elizabeth Howard. Her father was a talented diplomat and was sent to the Holy Roman Empire as ambassador. There he so impressed the emperor's daughter, Margaret of Austria, that she offered the 12-year-old Anne a position as lady-in-waiting. Anne traveled to the Netherlands to attend Margaret, who ruled there as regent. Margaret said that Anne was so presentable and so pleasant considering her youthful age. And then the fog of France. Anne lived at the sophisticated French court for 7 years, where she gained knowledge of art, dance, fashion, music, poetry, and the flirtatious art of courtly love. Anne's older sister Mary was also at the French court, where she conducted affairs with several men, including King Francis I. At 21, Anne was called back to her homeland for an arranged marriage to an Irish cousin, James Butler, but that fell through. Instead, she became a lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine of Aragon. Anne had dark hair and eyes, olive skin, a slender figure, and decent looks, but her beauty lay in her dazzling wit and humor. She popularized wearing the French style of headdress, which revealed a shocking amount of hair. She enjoyed playing cards, drinking, hunting, gossiping, and loved a good joke. Anne established herself as the She became secretly engaged to Henry Percy, son of the Earl of Northumberland, but his father objected to the match. Soon Anne caught the eye of an even bigger player, King Henry VIII. Unlike other nobles who were paying tribute to their instead, Henry VIII why seven were mistresses and shielders of the nobles. They were commonly called mistresses. Anne named Henry Queen of Scots, third Queen of England. Henry was confident that he could obtain a quick annulment and swap Catherine for Anne in a matter of months. He didn't count on 7 years of legal battles with Catherine and unconsummated courtship with Anne. Anne too was frustrated. She was approaching 30, middle-aged by 16th century standards, and wanted to be married before her childbearing days were behind her. She had passed up other chances to marry noblemen and had bet 7 years of her life on winning the ultimate prize. But she wasn't about to sleep with Henry until she could secure the crown and the legitimacy of their offspring. She slowly gained power, securing titles for her kin and setting spies in the queen's household until she was at the center of court and Catherine was at the opposite side of the table. Ordinary district officers ruled over the state. These were tops of jars, flyweights of hearts, and Henry was something that was more like the Almighty, a glowing fire.
Ow. Well, that hurt like a bitch.
Until she was at the center of court and Catherine was on the outskirts. In France, Anne learned of Enlightenment ideas about church reform. She encouraged Henry to embrace the Protestant movement, split with Rome, and declare himself head of the new Church of England. Anne's Catholic enemies accused her of using witchcraft to ensnare the king, and even years after her death, tried to discredit Anne's Protestant daughter by claiming that Anne had 6 fingers, a sure sign of a witch. In November 1532, after a triumphant trip to France to secure alliance with Anne's old friend, King Francis I, and with the divorce now all but inevitable, Anne finally went to bed with the king. The couple were married in a secret ceremony which technically made the king a bigamist, but it couldn't wait as Anne was already pregnant. The divorce was finalized in May, and in September, Anne gave birth to a healthy baby, but to Henry's consternation, he had another daughter, Elizabeth. The couple were happy and very much in love for the next 2 years, secure in the hopes that other children of the male persuasion would follow. Henry decided that if he couldn't prove his masculine virility by fathering a son, he would show it in the tilting yard. During a jousting match, the king was struck and fell from his horse. He was unconscious for 2 hours, and everyone feared the worst. He recovered, but he suffered a leg wound that plagued him for the rest of his life, ending his athleticism and allowing him to pile on weight. Historians hypothesize he also sustained a serious concussion and brain damage that would explain his hair-trigger temper from then on. The shock of the accident also caused Anne to miscarry their second child, a son. Increased strife in the marriage, partly due to Anne's refusal to ignore her husband's philandering, caused Henry to resent his wife. Anne's talents in courtly flirtation, so admired in a mistress, were unacceptable in a wife. Her enemies at court carried tales of her flirtations back to the king, who became enraged at the thought of his wife sleeping with other men. Musician Mark Snow investigated the witchcraft of the son of the king and made 800 men innocent. They included Elizabeth's best friend, Mary Queen of Scots, and Margaret, his friend. On May 2nd, 1531, after 2.5 years of marriage, Anne was arrested and brought to the Tower of London. There she was tried in court for adultery, incest, and treason. Anne was almost certainly guiltless. She pled her innocence and begged her could read and write a little, but was more expert at needlework and household management. She served as a lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine, whom she loved dearly, and later to Queen Anne. In February 1536, a few months before Queen Anne's death, news of Mary and Sarah Henry sent Jane a letter telling her that they were dead, but she returned it unopened, claiming that she was ashamed of her conduct to Mary. The English court absurd. Contrary to the witty and seductive Anne, Jane was gentle, meek, and chaste. She came from a large family, a sure sign that she could produce a large brood of sons for the king. The day after Anne's execution, Henry and Jane were betrothed, and they were married 10 days after that. However, Henry was forced to postpone her public coronation because of outbreaks of the plague in London. He may have also wanted to see results from this marriage. She took the motto, bound to obey and serve, and lived by it. She only involved herself in politics. Jane had great love for Catherine of Aragon, and she convinced Henry to invite Mary, his daughter by Catherine, back to court. Jane was particularly close to her stepdaughter, and her sympathy for the late Queen Catherine, always much more popular than Queen Anne, endeared Jane to the common people. But while Henry regained a daughter, he lost his only living son, the illegitimate Henry Fitzroy, who died at 17 from tuberculosis. Henry was in despair and doubted that he would ever father a son to survive him. But in early 1537, Jane would be the coveted male heir. In September, after 3 nights of labor due to the baby being in the breech position, Jane delivered Henry's fondest wish, a healthy son. Weeks later, the baby prince was baptized in grand style, but his mother was not present. She was ill due to an infection contracted during the difficult childbirth and fading by the day. At the end of October, Jane died. She was 29 years old and had been queen for just 17 months. She was the only one of Henry's wives to receive a royal funeral. Henry wore black for 3 months following his beloved wife's death. In the second episode, we'll meet wives 4 through 6, a foreign princess, a teenage queen bee, and an outspoken authoress. Stay tuned. If you enjoyed this video, please consider supporting me on Patreon and help me make more fascinating videos. Patrons get cool perks like exclusive content, mentions in videos, and can even request video topics. A link to my Patreon is in the description. Thank you for watching.
An online program. I can work at any time during the day. Additionally, they also still provide that hands-on experience. It's a very rewarding experience.
What about that classic first-timers? They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
The Six Wives of Henry VIII, Part 2. By the age of 48, King Henry VIII had been through 3 wives. One he divorced, one he beheaded, and one died giving him the son he so desperately wanted. The once handsome and athletic lover was now a tyrannical, overweight monarch with an increasingly bad temper. He mourned for Jane Seymour for 2 years, but eventually realized that he needed to marry again. One son in the nursery was not enough. Having himself been a younger brother to an heir who had died young, Henry knew the importance of a spare. His ministers encouraged him to make an advantageous political marriage. By breaking with Rome to marry Anne enemies of most of Catholic Europe, and England needed new allies. But unsurprisingly, foreign princesses were not lining up to marry the wife-murdering monarch. Christina of Milan said, "If I had two heads, one would be at the King of England's disposal." Anne of Cleves. Anne was born in Dusseldorf to Duke and Duchess John III and Maria of Cleves and Berg. Anne received no formal education and had little in the way of cultural sophistication. She could read and write only a little and only in German. She was skilled at needlework. After her father's death, Anne's brother William became Duke. Cleves was a Protestant German state and opposed the Holy Roman Empire, so an alliance with England made sense. Artist Hans Holbein was dispatched to paint portraits of both Anne and her younger sister Amelia, so that Henry could look the girls over before making any matrimonial decisions. Holbein painted this portrait of Anne, thought to be a rather close likeness based on contemporary accounts, and Henry became infatuated with the demure, blonde, slim, and tall young woman.
You can get 3 pieces of our signature chicken for just $5.
He sent his chief minister, Thomas Cromwell, to negotiate the match. On New Year's Day, 1540, the 25-year-old Anne arrived in England. Henry decided to surprise her by disguising himself as a peasant. In this courtly game of love, he was sure that his lady would fall in love with him on sight. But when Anne was shocked rather than enamored with the old, overweight stranger who burst in on her, Henry was humiliated. He complained that it was Anne who was ugly and that Cromwell had lied to him about her beauty. He even called her the Flanders mare. He urged Cromwell to get him out of the marriage, but doing so would endanger the German alliance. On their wedding night, Henry kissed his wife goodnight and went to sleep. He railed at Cromwell the next morning that his wife's body was so disordered that he was unable to consummate the marriage. But the sheltered Anne had no idea that the couple hadn't fulfilled their marital duties. Understanding little English, she was also spared the malicious court gossip repeating the king's insults against her. She was proud of having risen from the backwater of Cleves to become queen of one of the most important countries in Europe. To prove he was not impotent, Henry soon found his way to the bed of Anne's lady-in-waiting, Catherine Howard, and he found legal grounds on which to divorce Anne without breaking the contract with Cleves. At 11, she had been betrothed to a French nobleman, but the engagement was later cancelled. Henry's lawyers argued that this meant she was not free to marry. After only 7 months as queen, Anne was offered a divorce, along with a generous allowance, houses of her own, and a prominent position as the queen's sister, if she would accept quietly. This would spare her having to return to Cleves as a failure, and was far better than losing her head. So Anne wisely accepted and sent Henry a letter along with her wedding ring, which she asked him to break into pieces as it was a thing of no value. For his part in the failed marriage, Thomas Cromwell was beheaded. Anne retired to her country estates, but was a frequent guest at court and became friends with her royal ex-husband. She was also close with his daughters, Mary and Elizabeth, and was a part of Mary's
Oh, I'm so
coronation
sorry. I
procession
didn't
years later. She
I
learned
didn't see
English
nobody
and made
talking.
herself at home in her new country. She was described as a lady of right commendable regards.
You
courteous,
could have talked this
gentle,
whole damn
and
time, you
housekeeping,
idiotic
and
piece of
very
shit.
bountiful to her servants. In 1557, at the age of 42, Anne died from cancer, outliving Henry and all his other wives. Catherine Howard. Catherine was one of 11 children of Lord Edmund Howard and Joyce Culpeper. Her father's sister, Elizabeth Howard, was the mother of Anne Boleyn, making her a first cousin to the disgraced and beheaded queen. Though the family had a noble pedigree, her father had been one of 21 children and had inherited very little money. He was often reduced to begging from his more affluent relatives to support his large family. When Catherine was 5, her mother died, and she and some of her siblings Catherine's were sent to live with her father's stepmother, Agnes Howard, Dowager Duchess of Norfolk. The Duchess's household included many children of poor relations sent to her for care and education, but the Duchess was often away at court and gave very little supervision to the upbringing of her wards. Some of the girls in the household allowed men into the dormitory at night. The girls were rewarded with wine and gifts. At 13, Catherine was Catherine's bedroom half an hour after bedtime. When she caught the pair in the act, she sent Derham to Ireland on business. He promised Catherine that he would marry her when he returned.
Buick, exceptional by design.
In the meantime, Catherine's uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, saw an opportunity to increase his power by filling the king's bed. So he found the pretty 17-year-old Catherine a prestigious place as lady-in-waiting to Queen Anne of Cleves, and put her in Henry's view. Catherine was vivacious and good-humored. She loved dancing and had great feelings for animals, especially dogs. Upon that condition, while Henry was besotted, Catherine was carrying out a secret love affair with her husband's favorite courtier, Thomas Culpeper. The queen was also being blackmailed by former confidants who knew of her premarital sexual history. Eventually, evidence of the same reached the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer, an enemy of the Duke of Norfolk. Cranmer placed a letter on the king's chair in his private chapel, revealing the evidence against the queen. At first, Henry didn't want to believe it. He wanted Catherine to be innocent, but Cranmer pushed the issue, even approaching information to the frantic anguish that he ordered the guards to remove anything from her room that she might use to commit suicide. Her current and former lovers, Culpeper and Derham, were both executed. Culpeper, who knowingly committed adultery with the queen, was a nobleman and got the axe, while Derham, a commoner, whose only crime was a premarital affair with a minor noblewoman, suffered the agony of being hanged, drawn, and quartered. The bars that carried Catherine to the Tower passed under London Bridge, where the two men's severed heads were mounted. On the eve of her death, Catherine requested the executioner's block be brought to her room, and she spent many hours practicing how to lay her head upon it. The next morning, Catherine was pale and terrified, but composed. She needed help to climb the scaffold and made a speech asking for mercy for her family and prayers for her soul. The axeman took off her head in one one clean stroke, and the 19-year-old queen was buried in the Tower of London's chapel where her cousin and Maud Green, a close friend and lady in waiting to Henry's first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Young Catherine was born while her mother was at court and was named after the Spanish queen who was her godmother. Catherine's father died when she was young, and she was very close to her mother. Queen Catherine of Aragon encouraged women's education, and Catherine Parr had a passion for learning. She spoke several languages fluently and enjoyed reading and writing, but was said to have hated needlework. At 17, Catherine married Sir Edward Berg, who was in his 20s but was a sickly man. He died 4 years into their marriage. 22-year-old Catherine then wed John Neville, Baron Latimer. He was twice her age, but the pair got on well and shared genuine affection. When King Henry broke with Rome to divorce Catherine of Aragon, Catholics in the north of England rebelled against the king. Rebels came to the Latimer home and threatened violence if John did not join their efforts. Catherine watched in horror as her husband was dragged away and the house was ransacked of food and supplies. She and her young stepchildren spent the winter held hostage by the rebels and threatened with death. This experience contributed to Catherine's loathing of Catholicism. Eventually, the rebels were defeated and John returned home. The family put their nightmare behind them by moving to London. Catherine loved the glittering atmosphere at court and the many new ideas there. After 8 years of marriage, John's health was fading. Catherine, ever kind and caring, nursed her husband until his death. He left her a wealthy woman, but without him she had no place at court and dreaded returning north. So she sought out a friendship with the daughter of her mother's mistress, Princess Mary, and was given a place in her entourage. She fell in love with Sir Thomas Seymour, brother of the late Queen Jane, and the pair planned to wed. But around this time, she caught the eye of Henry. The king liked the bright, mature, and compassionate Catherine, so different from his latest disappointment, the dizzy teenage Catherine Howard. And there was no question as to Catherine's virginity, as she had already twice been widowed. When Henry proposed marriage, Catherine was heartbroken. She wanted a quiet marriage to Thomas Seymour and had no ambitions to be queen, but she had little choice but to accept and marry the king. She gave her stepchildren positions at court and was close with all 3 of Henry's children, reconciling the daughters to their father's affection. She was gentle, pretty old bear, and clear, ultimately lady. The Elizabeth king liked the affection, even though it often their themes and prayers. During this time, she was infected, and enormously influenced her stepmother, Elizabeth, the future queen, by Catherine's motherless son, whose wife was Mary of Scots. She was a devout Protestant and tried to convince the king to finish what he had started when he broke from Rome and fully reform the English church. Henry was furious that his wife would dare to instruct him. He drew up an arrest warrant for his wife, and rumor had it that he already had his eye on a 7th wife, Catherine Brandon, Duchess of Suffolk. But unlike her predecessors, Catherine received warning before she was arrested. She pled with the king that she had never dared to lecture him, but instead brought up religion so that she could learn from the king's guidance. This lie saved her life, and she and Henry were friends once more. In 1547, after 4 years of marriage to Catherine and 38 years on the throne, Henry, bloated and riddled with disease, died. He was 55. The king was laid to rest in St. George's Chapel at Windsor Castle, next to his 3rd wife, Jane Seymour, the only wife who didn't live long enough to piss him off. He left his final wife, Catherine, a fabulously wealthy woman, but her heart's desire was to be queen. The couple knew the Regency Council would not allow them to marry as soon after the king's death, so they wedded in a simple ceremony. When the news of the marriage became public, protests against and infuriated the reception. Catholic prayers for 3 weeks, prayers and meditation, and the lamentation of the sinner, and the 18 months. Hers was the first Protestant funeral held in England. Thomas Seymour proposed marriage to Princess Elizabeth shortly after, but was turned down. He was beheaded for treason a year later. Henry VIII was one of the most significant and influential monarchs of the nation, and his life and reign were shaped by the 6 women he married. His desperately longed-for heir, Jane Seymour's son, Edward VI, was king for just 6 years and died tragically young at 15. Catherine of Aragon's daughter, Mary, embittered by her mother's maltreatment, ruled for a bloody 5 years. But Anne Boleyn had the final triumph. Her daughter, Elizabeth I, reigned for a glorious 44 years and surpassed her father as arguably the greatest monarch in English history. If you enjoyed this video, please consider supporting me on Patreon and help me make more fascinating videos. Patrons get cool perks like exclusive content, mentions in videos, and can even request video topics. A link to my Patreon is in the description. Thank you for watching.
We're learning greater at OZK.com or a branch near you. Bank OZK. Greater awaits.
Queens of Europe. Mary Queen of Scots. Mary Queen of Scots ascended the throne at just 6 days old. She became
We're creating a part.
at 16 and was widowed at 17. After returning to Scotland, she fell in lust with her handsome cousin, but the honeymoon ended abruptly when her new groom stabbed her friend 56
It's gonna need to be
times in front of her.
teased and over-directed to cover
Had
that.
him strangled and then quickly married
decent enough.
again to her second husband's murderer. But as they say, marry in haste, repent over the course of your 19-year imprisonment. Queen Mary then got herself entangled in plots to overthrow her lifelong rival, Queen Elizabeth I. But instead of wearing the English crown, Mary's head ended up on an English chopping block. Thank you to Acorn TV for sponsoring this video. Mary was born on December 8, 1542. Her father, King James V of Scotland, sired at least 9 illegitimate children, but his first wife, Madeline of Valois, died of tuberculosis at 16. James had 2 sons with his second wife, French noblewoman Mary de Guise. When baby James was 10 months old and Arthur just 8 days old, both boys died suddenly within 14 hours of each other, likely from illness. The king's mother, Margaret Tudor, died of a stroke.
I'll be back in a minute.
Without her,
Hi. I'm so sorry. I have to go pee.
declared war on his English uncle, King Henry VIII, over old resentments and James's refusal to break with the Catholic Church. Within a year of her baby son's deaths, Queen Mary de Guise was again expecting. King James kissed his pregnant wife goodbye and rode south to attack England. After losing the Battle of Solway Moss, James suffered a nervous breakdown. Add to that a bout of dysentery he caught from drinking contaminated water on the battlefield, and the king was on his deathbed when he received the news of the birth of his third and only surviving legitimate child, a daughter, Mary. According to legend, James ruefully exclaimed, "It came with a lass, and it will go with a lass," referring to the beginnings of his Stuart dynasty when Marjorie Bruce, daughter of King Robert the Bruce, married Walter Stuart in 1314. King James died at the age of 30, leaving the crown of Scotland on the tiny head of his 6-day-old daughter. Many feared that baby Mary would die, leaving Scotland to fall into chaos over who would wear the crown. But the English ambassador saw baby Mary unwrapped by her nurse and wrote, "It is as goodly a child as I have seen of her age, and likely to live." As healthy as she was, Mary was too young to rule a country. The next person in the line of succession, Mary's third cousin, the Earl of Arran, became her regent. When Mary was treaty stipulated that the long-time rival kingdoms of England and Scotland would remain legally separate, but united under the couple and their future children. Scottish Catholics rejected the treaty as they wanted to continue their long-standing partnership with Catholic France against England. Never one to be crossed, Henry VIII launched a military campaign called the Rough Wooing, designed to impose the marriage treaty on the Scots. With the English army closing in, Aaron made a desperate bid for French aid. King Henry II of France agreed to send his troops to beat the English back in exchange for a marriage treaty between the now 4-year-old Queen Mary and his own 3-year-old son and heir Francois. The Scottish Parliament agreed to this treaty, deciding that their queen would be safer out of the country. At 5, Mary was sent to Paris to be educated in preparation for her marriage and life as the future queen consort of France. The entourage that accompanied her included her governess and the 4 Marys, 4 girls of her own age, all named Mary, who came from the most powerful families in Scotland. Young Queen Mary was vivacious, beautiful, and clever. She was well liked by everyone at the French court, with the exception of her future mother-in-law, Catherine de' Medici. King Henri called her the most perfect child I had ever seen. She became close friends with her future sister-in-law, Elizabeth of Valois. Her French maternal grandmother, Antoinette de Bourbon, became a mother figure to her, as her own mother had remained behind in Scotland to secure her child's interests. Mary was the epitome of medieval female accomplishment. She played the lute and virginals and enjoyed reading and writing prose and poetry. She was competent in horsemanship, falconry, and needlework, and spoke French, Italian, Latin, Spanish, and Greek, in addition to her native Scots. She had bright auburn hair, hazel eyes under heavy lids, a long, graceful neck, and finely arched brows. She contracted smallpox in her childhood, but was left unblemished by the disease that so often devastated. Mary was a pretty child and grew into a strikingly attractive woman, standing at 5'11", well above most women and men of her time. Dauphin Francois was unusually short and spoke with a stammer, but the young fiancés got on well from the moment they met as children. They grew up together more like siblings than future spouses. But by 14 and 15, it was time for the relationship to change. Mary agreed to sign a secret document which, if she died childless, would hand Scotland and her claim to the English throne to France. 3 weeks later, she wed Francois at Notre Dame de Paris, making him king consort of Scotland. The teenage queen cut a striking figure in a wedding gown, white as a lily, and of which 2 young ladies carried a wonderfully long train. While she was living in France, Mary changed the spelling of the name of her dynasty from Stuart with an EW to Stuart with a UA to make it easier for the French to pronounce. Meanwhile in England, King Henry VIII's daughter, Queen Mary I, died, leaving the throne to her younger sister, Elizabeth. As their father had broken with the Catholic Church to divorce Catherine of Aragon and marry Elizabeth's mother, Anne Boleyn, Catholics saw Elizabeth as illegitimate. In their eyes, the English throne rightfully belonged to the next legitimate person in the line of succession, Margaret Tudor's granddaughter, Mary Queen of Scots. King Henri declared his son and daughter-in-law King and Queen of England, but the titles were only theoretical. The following year, King Henri died after being impaled through the eye during a jousting accident, leaving the very real positions of King and Queen of France to 15 and 16-year-old Francois and Mary. Catherine de' Medici threw a coronation gala for the pair, which included the first fireworks display ever seen in France. The teenage couple reigned for 18 months, but Mary's maternal brothers had a tight grip on the court and did most of the actual ruling. They terrorized the young royals into submission, meanwhile perpetrating a number of massacres on Protestant Huguenots, igniting
I'm
the
back.
French Wars of Religion, which would burn the country for 30 years. King Francois died at the age of 16 of an ear infection that led to an abscess in his brain. Devastated, Mary dressed in white, the traditional mourning color in France. The young widow remained in France for 9 months while the court waited to see if she was pregnant with the king. But as no baby appeared, Francois was succeeded by his 10-year-old brother, Charles IX. 18-year-old
This
Mary
vacuums
returned
so
to
much.
Scotland after living in
Side
France
note,
for
I have a
13
wig
years.
that I just
Her mother,
haven't used
Mary
because it turned out like
Queen, had
shit.
taken
It
control
took me
of
forever to make,
Regency
and
from
I
her
have no
parents
idea how to
7 years
repurpose it,
earlier. She ruled on her daughter's behalf, but died of dropsy,
which is gonna
though
be
some
fun.
suspected poison the year before her offspring's homecoming. Queen Mary had no idea of the dangerous and complex political situation she was stepping into. Catholics and Protestants were at each other's throats. A devout Catholic, Mary was resented by her Protestant subjects for hearing Mass, dancing, and dressing too elaborately. She tried to build cordiality with the head of the Protestant faction, her illegitimate half-brother James Stuart, Earl of Moray, by making him her chief advisor and appointing a number of other Protestants to her privy council. But this infuriated the
How
Catholic
are we?
barons,
I hope we're well.
tenuous position. Rather than dealing with the problems in the country she did rule, Mary was focused on the country she might rule, England. She sent an ambassador to London
How am I
to try
gonna?
to get Queen Elizabeth to
The front
officially
has
name her heir
so
presumptive.
much volume, and because
Rules
it's
of primogeniture,
more
the
dense,
Scottish Queen
if that makes
was
sense.
next in line for the
There's
English
more
throne.
hair
Elizabeth
compared to the
refused
back.
to make it official. It's no wonder Mary was keen to get her hands on England. The thriving wool trade was making the country rich and allowing art, music, and theater to flourish. Playwrights like William Shakespeare and Christopher
Okay, we're
Marlowe
gonna take
were staging remarkable new plays.
hair
And that great
and
tradition
kinda
of
like,
British drama is
ugh.
carried on today
Okay, we're gonna
on
part it
HGTV. Binge
like this,
thousands
and then
of
we're gonna
hours
like
of
pull it
British mysteries,
to right
dramas,
here,
comedies, and
and like,
documentaries. Commercial free for only $5.99 a month. You can stream on the app and on dozens
right
of
here.
devices.
Hi.
I've been catching up.
God damn. I'm going.
And Acorn has a ton of exclusive originals, like Wistful Pearl, a modern murder mystery set in an English seaside town. With Acorn TV, there's always something new to discover. Try Acorn TV free for 30 days by going to acorn.tv and using promo code Lindsay Holiday. That's capital L and all lowercase after that. And now, back to with Carlos, Prince of Asturias, son and heir to King Philip II of Spain. Philip was the widower of Mary's English cousin, Queen Mary I, and he was currently married to her childhood friend, Elizabeth of Valois. But the Spanish king rebuffed the Scottish queen's proposal. The rejection turned out to be lucky for Mary, as Don Carlos, the product of excessive inbreeding, was violently insane. His father was later forced to confine him, and he died at the age of 23. Queen Elizabeth wrote to her cousin to suggest she marry Elizabeth's own favorite, Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. By this time, the English queen had made it
How are
public
we?
that she
I hope we're
intended
well.
never to marry or bear children, and to remain a virgin queen. She offered to make Mary her heir if she wed Dudley. was furious at her cousin's transparent attempts to control her and had no interest in marrying her ex-lover. Still single and thus, by 16th century standards, vulnerable, Mary became the object of the harassment of Pierre de Chastellac, a French poet employed at her court. He was obsessed with the queen and was discovered by guards hiding under her bed, waiting to surprise her when she was alone and declare his love for her. Aghast, Mary banished him from Scotland. 2 days later, Pierre walked through his exile and forced his way into Mary's bedchamber as she was getting undressed. She yelled out in fear and fury, and her half-brother James Murray rushed to help, and Pierre was restrained and arrested. He was found guilty of treason and beheaded. At 22, Mary danced at Galliard with the dashingly handsome 6-foot-tall Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, and she fell hard for him. The couple married at Holyrood Palace in July 1565. Mary and Darnley were first cousins. His mother, Lady Margaret Douglas, was the daughter of Margaret Tudor by her second marriage after the death of King James IV. Thus, both had the best proportioned long man she had ever seen, and the English ambassador wrote back to his queen that the marriage could only be stopped by violence. Once the passion of the honeymoon was over, Mary saw clearly that
We're letting it air dry for a
vain,
sec.
arrogant, and unreliable. She had named him king consort, but he wasn't satisfied. He demanded the crown matrimonial, which would have made him a co-sovereign with the right to keep the throne if Mary died. The queen refused, and the marriage grew tense. Darnley had a violent streak, exacerbated by drink, in which he indulged frequently. Mary became pregnant, but the obvious strain in the royal marriage led to rumors that the child had been fathered by her private secretary and confidant, David Rizzio, an Italian Catholic. Darnley conspired with a handful of Protestant layers, and together they stabbed Rizzio 56 times at a dinner party in front of a horrified Mary. On June 19, 1566, Mary gave birth to her first child, a son. She named him James for her own father and the 4 kings of Scotland who had preceded him. The murder of Rizzio and the strain of her terrible marriage overwhelmed Mary. She was overcome by a serious but undefined illness, which included vomiting, loss of sight and speech, convulsions, and periods of unconsciousness. Many feared that the queen would die, leaving 4-month-old James on the throne, but her French physician skillfully treated her, and she recovered her health. Mary then met with leading nobles to discuss the problem of Darnley. Divorce was considered, but everyone knew that Darnley was too arrogant to go quietly, and that the safest option was to eliminate the king consort.
How are
For
we?
his life,
I hope we're
Darnley
well.
led court and headed for his father's estate in
How's
Glasgow.
everyone's day
But
going?
while on the journey, he too became mysteriously ill. Possible diagnoses include smallpox, syphilis, or poisoning. He convalesced at the home of a friend on the outskirts of Edinburgh. Mary came to visit him every day, and it appeared the couple were reconciling. On February 9, 1567, Mary stopped to see her husband, and then left to attend the wedding of a member of her household. In the wee hours of the morning, Darnley's bedroom exploded, but he wasn't in it. His body was found, along with that of his servant, half naked, lying in a nearby orchard. They had been strangled or smothered. Queen Mary's council offered a generous reward for information about the conspirators who had assassinated the king consort, but suspicion soon fell on the queen herself, as well as on James Hepburn, Earl
damn it.
Dorothy's father, the Earl of Lennox, demanded that
How are
Bothwell
we?
be
I hope we're
tried
all
for
well.
murder, and the Queen agreed. But while Lennox was away gathering evidence, Mary ordered the trial to go ahead without him. With no evidence presented against him, Bothwell was acquitted after a brief 7-hour trial. Off the hook for regicide, he divorced his wife and gathered support from 2 dozen Protestant lairds for his
I
plan
hope we're all
to marry
well.
the Queen by any means necessary. Queen Mary went to visit her 10-month-old son at his household in Stirling. It would be the last time she would ever see her son. On her ride home, Bothwell abducted her.
I hope we're all
and possibly
well.
raped her. Whether or not she was a willing participant remains a mystery. The
How
pair
are
were
we?
married in a Protestant service on May 13th, just 3 months after Dorothy's death.
We're taking a break from the wig because it eats my hands alive. That and stimulation of the brain.
Third marriage. Catholics refused to recognize Bothwell's divorce or the Protestant marriage service, and the Protestants resented one of their own being raised above them. 26 lairds banded together and raised an army to oppose Mary and Bothwell. They squared up with the Queen's army at Carberry Hill, but no battle took place. While the two sides were busy negotiating, most of
Can
Mary's
someone
men
like talk so I have a talking point? That'd be great.
And returned to Edinburgh, where crowds jeered her as
God
an
damn it.
adulteress and murderer. While imprisoned, Mary miscarried twins. As soon as she was well enough to get out of bed, she was forced to sign papers of abdication, handing the throne over to her
It'd be nice if I had a
son,
talking point.
James, and making her brother, James Murray, regent. Bothwell was driven into exile. He sailed towards Denmark, where he hoped to gain the support of King Frederick II and raise an army to win back the throne for Mary. But a storm forced him to land in Bergen, Norway instead. This just happened to be the birthplace of his first wife, Anna Thronderson. Her powerful family arrested Bothwell for spousal abandonment and for keeping Anna's dowry. Bothwell spent the next 11 years chained to a pillar. He died insane at the age of 44. His mummified body showed up in the Edinburgh Wax Museum in 1976.
Hey, get a grip. Make studying hard easier on yourself.
And this iconic monster.
There's a lot of lore to this man being a monster.
After
How is
her
everyone?
prison, Mary was aided to escape by her jailers. The former queen fled south, reaching England in a fishing boat. She was confident that her cousin Elizabeth
God
would help
damn
her
it.
regain her throne, but she was mistaken. Once she reached England, she was taken into custody. As an anointed queen, Mary refused to recognize the power of any court to try her, and she did not show up to her trial. Moray, also on trial for overthrowing the queen, presented the so-called casket letters as evidence against Mary. These 8 unsigned love letters, reportedly from Mary to Bothwell, were found in a small silver casket decorated with a monogram of King Francois II. The messages appear to confirm Mary's guilt, but she insisted that they were forgeries, and their authenticity remains a mystery to this day. In the end, no one was found guilty. Elizabeth couldn't very well convict a fellow queen, but she wanted a Protestant regime that she could influence in Scotland. So she allowed Moray to return as regent, and she kept Mary in prison. Though under guard and confined to a number of different castles, Mary wasn't roughing it. She had a household staff of at least 16 servants, including chefs who served her nightly feast of 32 dishes on silver plate. She needed 30 carts to transport her wardrobe, tapestries, and household goods to the spa
Cool.
Mary's claim to the English throne made her a focal point for Catholics who plotted to replace the Protestant Queen of England. The Duke of Norfolk plotted to raise Spanish troops to take the English throne from Mary, who he, of course, planned to wed. Norfolk was beheaded in the Tower of London. Another plot, endorsed by the Pope, planned to wed Mary to John of Austria, governor of the Netherlands, in exchange for Dutch troops to win her the throne. Mary wrote to Elizabeth and her son James, now 18 and ruling Scotland on his own. She offered to relinquish her claim on both of their thrones in exchange for her freedom, but neither Elizabeth nor James trusted Mary. Instead, they signed an alliance between themselves and left Mary in prison. In 1586, Mary was set up by Elizabeth's spymaster, Francis Walsingham. He arranged for letters to be smuggled to and from Mary. Little did she know that Walsingham was reading every word. Once he intercepted a message in which Mary consented to the assassination of the English queen and the invasion of England by Spanish and French troops, he knew he had her. Mary was put on trial for treason. She denied the charges and protested that as a foreign anointed queen, she had never been an English subject and thus could not be convicted of treason. But convicted she was and sentenced to death. Elizabeth, wary of further angering the many Catholic monarchs already against her, and of setting the precedent that one monarch had the legal right to execute another, dithered about signing the death warrant. She inquired of Mary's jailer if he might find some way to shorten the life of her cousin, but he refused to make a shipwreck of his conscience. Finally, under pressure from Parliament, Elizabeth signed Mary's death warrant. On February 7, 1587, Mary was told that she would be beheaded next morning. She spent her final hours praying, writing her will, and giving away her possessions to members of her household. She was being held at Fotheringhay Castle, and a scaffold was erected in the Great Hall and draped in black cloth. When the executioner knelt before her to ask her forgiveness, she replied, "I forgive you with all my heart, for now I hope you shall make an end of all my troubles." Her servants removed her black cloak, revealing a velvet petticoat and pair of sleeves in crimson, the color of Catholic martyrdom. They tied a gold-embroidered white blindfold over her eyes and helped her to kneel on a cushion and lay her head down on a block. The Queen exclaimed, "Into thy hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit." Bit of sinew, which she sawed apart with the axe. After this barbarous butchery, he grabbed the former queen's severed head by her hair and held it aloft, declaring, "God save Queen Elizabeth." But Mary's head fell free, as her auburn tresses had actually been a wig. The already reeling witnesses were shocked that Mary's once beautiful locks were now short and gray. One witness wrote that Queen Mary's lips continued to move for a quarter of an hour after her head was separated. She had the counselor who had arranged the execution arrested and imprisoned for 2 years. She denied Mary's request to be buried in France, the place she had spent the happiest years of her life. Instead, the Queen of Scots was involved, given a Protestant funeral, and buried at Peterborough Cathedral. 16 years later, As she had no children, she left the English throne to her cousin, Mary's only son, King James VI of Scotland. He became King James I and VI. With the exception of a slight beheading, the Stuart dynasty reigned over Scotland and England for another century, finally coming to an end with the death of a different lass, Queen Anne in 1714. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, comment your thoughts, and check out my other royal history videos. If you really want to help, please consider supporting me on Patreon. A link is in the description. Thank you for watching.
A few kilometers to the north of Paris, the royal necropolis can be found in the Basilica of Saint-Denis. This is where French kings are buried since Saint-Louis. Louis XIV rested here in the family tomb with his relatives for over 3/4 of a century, when French revolutionaries voted for the desecration of royal tombs to celebrate the fall of the monarchy.
This is where the exhumations of the Bourbons took place, from the 12th of October to the 28th of October, 1793.
The crypt was a walled area in which coffins were lined up, laid on iron trestles. The revolutionaries pierced a hole in the wall at the back to reach the sarcophagus.
They opened Louis XIV's large wooden coffin, and oh shock, it was perfectly well preserved, black like ink.
The sovereign's blackened corpse chilled the desecrators to the bone. Could this be the devil's wound? Terrified, they quickly threw the body in the mass grave on top of his peers. This revolutionary deed signed the symbolic end of France's most powerful royal dynasty. This was the last time Louis XIV's body was seen. On the morning of the 1st of September 1715, Louis XIV passed away in his bedroom in the Château de Versailles, carried off in 23 days by a terrible disease, gangrene. The Sun King faced his death with the same panache he had shown throughout his entire reign.
Quand il s'agit de Louis XIV, as the Silvers had to perform a show of the good dead, a great deed that would serve as an example for all his subjects. Pour l'ensemble de ces sujets,
this monarch who was a type of ruling machine, who never let anything show, and even his death was part of his job, meaning that a king was born, lived, and died in public. So he had to work for his death to make it the final act in his king's role.
The sumptuous Versailles Palace, which Louis XIV had created entirely, turned out to be the ideal location to perform this final tragedy. The court had settled in Morley like every summer since the 12th of June. The king's health was declining a little. He had some dizzy spells, but he wasn't more concerned than that. On the 10th
It
of
has been
August,
5 hours, so I am going to go. I love you all.